everyone, please be seated.
Morning, Judge.
All right, so this is the Lafferty versus Jones matters, week 2, day 6 of trial. If counsel could please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Maddy on behalf of the plaintiffs, joined this morning by attorneys Josh Koskoff and Matthew Blumenthal.
Norm Tatis on behalf of Jones and Free Speech Systems, Jenny.
All right.
Your Honor, I don't know if you have any business to deal with before the jury comes in. We have a couple of
I
issues
do,
we want
so
to
let me
discuss.
go first. In accordance with judicial branch policy, only those entities that have been specifically authorized may photograph or record. If anyone violates that policy, their device or devices will be confiscated and they will be removed from the courtroom, if not the courthouse. Also, I'm sure the marshal already said it, but please make sure all your cell phones and Apple Watches and any devices are either off or on silent. One matter that I have is, although he did report today, one of your alternate jurors would prefer not to continue to serve in light of certain financial restraints. So he did appear today, and I have not released him. He is an alternate.
Is this the individual who had a time-limited reimbursement policy from his employer?
Ron, was it the same?
No,
one?
it's not.
Your Honor, we defer to the court, but if he's expressed that concern and it's going to be distracting for him and a hardship for him, we don't object to you releasing him.
Well, the information I got is that it would be a hardship, and then what he determined was that the state does not reimburse the $50 per day until the end of the proceeding. So it would be a hardship for him, but he did appear today. So I wanted to raise it with you. Attorney Pattis, do you have a position?
I mean, it would have been enough to disqualify him or excuse him during jury selection. So if the same standard applies, I think I agree with that.
All right. So we will, Mr. Ferrara will release him with our thanks. And he did do the right thing and appear today. So I'm grateful for that. And I will just briefly mention to the remaining 9 jurors that I'll make a comment so you're not left wondering. Okay, you had a housekeeping matter, Attorney Maddy?
Yeah, we have 2 issues. Attorney Koskoff will handle the first and I'll handle the second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I'm asking the court just for a few minutes here to entertain just what was an oral motion for reconsideration concerning the ruling regarding the eliciting testimony from the plaintiffs regarding their position on guns. I'll use that in quotations because it's ill-defined, I think, currently.
I'm really not going to entertain a motion to reconsider at this point, but I think I've made it pretty clear that it's going to be a very narrow line of inquiry regarding their activities and such, and there's not going to be any extrinsic evidence, and I would entertain any objections from the plaintiffs if the questioning goes beyond that very narrow area. So, but I'm not going to reconsider the ruling.
So I should not argue with them.
Well, I'm not going to, I would say.
I just want to make sure the record is protected on it, so I don't.
Oh, I think the record, we have a good record.
Okay. And then in light of that, Judge, can
Well,
we
let me
have
just
some-
ask Attorney Pattis, anything you need to bring up? You understand the court's ruling on the limited inquiry?
I do.
I think maybe that I'm not the person in this trio that doesn't fully understand the scope of it and the questions that are within will be permitted and those that won't. And I think an offer of proof would be helpful before we get into this.
I understood it, and Attorney Pattis, correct me if I'm wrong, that the inquiry was going to be along the lines of the plaintiff's activities and views that they've expressed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Well, then I would like the opportunity, Judge, for 2 minutes to just put on the record my opposition to that.
I think the record's clear, so and I understand your objection, but that is what it is. All right. Do we have one other thing from the
Yes,
plaintiffs?
Your Honor. I want to raise this now because it relates to Alex Jones's testimony. We expect to call him either later today or tomorrow. It came to my attention last night that he put out a broadcast yesterday in which he told his audience that you were going to instruct him at the outset of his testimony that he was essentially required to testify falsely based on what he believes the truth is. And he used that as further evidence to attack these proceedings. Of course, the reality is that defense counsel last week requested that you canvass him, even though defense counsel acknowledged that it's his responsibility to make sure that Mr. Jones is cognizant of the court's orders. And so I wanted to, we of course defer to the court on whether you think it's appropriate for you to personally canvass him, but I wanted to advise you of that because I don't think anybody here should be a willing participant in Mr. Jones's attack on the credibility of this trial. And so I wanted to give you some time to consider that dynamic as you consider whether to accept the defense's invitation to canvass him.
I might have,
canvass should happen
Attorney
outside the
Maddie, I
presence.
might have even made the offer to Attorney Pattis, who happily accepted my offer. I think there's nothing wrong with doing it. I think it could avoid any unpleasantness or other situations.
I'll wait.
We'd of course ask that it happen outside the presence.
Oh, of course. Oh, my goodness.
recollection-
Listen, I'm doing this so that we avoid any unpleasantness in front of the jury. That's why I'm doing it. But I will canvass him, and if there are issues, the jury's going to be sitting there, and I'm not going to have the jury jump up and down a million times. Attorney Pattis?
My recollection is as follows, and I stand to be corrected. We had a motion to eliminate argument prior to the proceedings. The court made rulings about what the scope of the testimony could be offered, and I responded by suggesting that Mr. Jones intended to testify in a certain vein. And my recollection is that the court took exception, perhaps to my tone, in the suggestion that Mr. Jones might be offering testimony inconsistent with your orders, and you made it clear that there could be contempt, and that you would hesitate to impose a contempt finding, and that you would question him, you would canvass him. I didn't object to that. We followed up on that several days later. I said I thought it was a good idea. I saw, as he arrived in court, part of a press conference in which he made statements to that effect, and I think that I've alerted counsel that there may be testimonial privilege issues arising from Mr. Jones's posture and the law of the case, and alerted him yesterday to cases that he should read in anticipation of that. So I think I've done my job. I don't know what the court wants to do. That's a trial management issue. I think based on the comments I saw Mr. Jones make, he is aware of the court's rulings and will choose to obey them or not. And beyond that, I'm not sure what more I am to do.
Right. My recollection, and the record will control, of course, is that before I made the offer on more than one occasion, Attorney Pattis, you had expressed concerns, to your credit, that while you understood, not necessarily agreed with the court's orders and rulings, but that while you would obey them as an officer of the court, you were concerned that Mr. Jones would not. Is that fair to say?
It is.
Okay.
And I thought that it was my responsibility to alert you to that as an officer of this court.
Right. Okay, so I don't think we'll have a problem. I think, I'll plan on doing what I said I would do, of course, outside the presence of the jury, and canvass Mr. Jones, and I don't anticipate that we will have a problem. And if we
now
do,
that this issue has arisen, may we approach briefly?
in a minute, I just wanted to finish what I was saying. And if we do have an issue, Mr. Jones will be dealt with just like any other witness or party who's appeared before the court. So he's not going to get special treatment. He's not going to get more harsh treatment. Unfortunately, over my career, I have had the opportunity to have contempt hearings. It's not pleasant, but that's what you do. And
I think we understand. May we approach briefly?
sure. Just give me 1 second.
So,
really tough.
Yeah, me too.
I do. And he showed up today after, I didn't know he left a message. He just came to work. And I mean, I gotta sleep at night, so I'm glad you agree. Can you, so testimony, which is the 5th?
So I alerted Attorney Maddie to this yesterday. And I've heard Mr. Jones, I heard him say that on the record, or on a press conference. His record, right?
By the way, those press conference he's not
He did one on the courthouse steps yesterday.
on the front or the side? Oh my God. Okay, that's good.
The issue that will arise for the court, and I was going to wait till he testified because it came up, and I
Well,
didn't
you
talk
can
to him.
tell me the cases you can't go
So
into.
here's, I have educated myself on the scope of Connecticut General Statute 5133.
That's the one where the lawyer can assert it in the civil case.
No, Judge, this is criminal and summary contempt, and so and the court has the discretion, based on the record before it, to impose a sanction of $100 or up to 6 months in prison. No, Judge.
We don't have.
soldier gets an prohibition because you're not going to ask them questions that elicit the answers. So you're not going to say, no, Mr. Green, you just want to talk to him. We're not going to do it. Right. I think we're playing. Definitely, I don't. No, I mean it. I'm not saying I could say it's good enough. No, I understand. So I think we're all listening to each other. I think it'll be fine. Okay, no. Well, I know that 6 months is over. I got you. I appreciate it. Nobody wants this to happen. So he doesn't want that. He doesn't want that because I get reversed me. Yeah, I don't like I'm very decisive. You don't think that you're free to go, but you're not free to go. It's fine. Quit it. Just shut his mouth. You let it alone, right? No. Okay, well. I don't think any of us are in this situation. Can you do me a favor? Can you have some discussions? There's not going to be any surprises here. I sort of figured out what is going on. So why can't you sort of work it out in your own way? What's the secret?
Your Honor.
I know that. I'm fine with that.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Mr. Farr, you will let our one juror go with our things?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning. Happy Wednesday to everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back. Please be seated. So you might remember from my beginning remarks how important it is for this trial that we have the 4 alternates serve, because there are oftentimes unforeseen circumstances that make it impossible for a juror or an alternate juror to continue to serve, and in fact that has happened today. So I have excused one of your alternate jurors, and it's just extremely important that barring any emergencies, that the rest of you do appear as you've been appearing on time, so that we can reach a verdict, because we do need our jury. So I am now going to be doing the mental count to 9 instead of 10. And so I will just state for the record that our entire panel now has returned. Counsel, you agree?
Yes,
All right. We dealt with some housekeeping issues this morning. The lawyers were here very early, and I know you were down here waiting, so we thank you for your patience, but it's better to try to deal with them ahead of time rather than bring you out, have you go back in, back and forth. So this trial has actually had way less disruptions with the jury going in and out than a typical trial. So, hopefully that works for you. All right, so I think we are ready to continue, and Mr. Ferraro, you will do what needs to be done with that remaining notebook, correct? If that juror had a notebook. All right. Whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Your Honor. We call, and good morning. We call David Wheeler.
Ron, there's water in the picture. I know I ask you every day, but just in case you didn't. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Just watch your step there. I see you brought your own water, but if you run out, you can refill with the pitcher there.
Thank you. Please remain standing and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. I do. Thank you. You may be seated. Would you please state your name, slowly spelling your last name for the record, and then the state and county in which you live?
My name is David Wheeler, last name spelled W-H-E-E-L-E-R, and I live in Fairfield County, Connecticut.
You may inquire, Attorney Koskoff, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, David.
Good morning.
You and I know each other, obviously, for some time. I want to begin by asking you, are you the father of Benjamin Wheeler?
Yes.
And did Benjamin Wheeler die in the Sandy Hook shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you about your background and give us where you're from and things like that. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your background up and through until you get to college, let's say?
Sure. I was born in Northern California. My dad was in the Air Force, and he was transitioning into the Navy Reserve to get closer to the ocean. He wanted to study oceanography. So we left Northern California and moved to Rhode Island, and my dad got his doctorate in oceanography. And then we sort of bounced back and forth between the coasts as he was following jobs, back to Rhode Island, where he got his degree, and then we moved to California, where he worked in a marine biology station there, and then back to New Hampshire, where he got a job on the faculty at the University of New Hampshire. And I was 9 when we got there, and I stayed there through 6th grade through graduating high school. And then I had enough of the New Hampshire winters, so I went to college in San Diego.
That was an upgrade.
Yeah.
And where did you go to college, and can you tell the jury what you studied?
Sure, I went to San Diego State. I got a degree in theater. I was a theater major. And then I stayed in San Diego for a couple of years after graduating, and then moved back to New York to try to work as an actor.
Okay. And can you give us, when you moved to back to New York from San Diego to try your luck as an actor, I guess, when was that, David?
That was 1987.
Okay. And did there come a time? First of all, how did the acting career go, or at least early on?
Well, not good. I think out of the years I spent in New York trying to do that, I think I made money as an actor maybe 3 out of the entire number of years I was there.
Okay. And were you in anything that we would have seen?
Probably not. I mean, I did extra work in some films, but it's the blink and you miss it kind of thing.
Okay. And by the way, do you know whether Alex Jones ever saw any of your pictures or any films in the theater?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know whether he knew you had tried your luck as an actor?
I don't know.
Okay. So you're in New York. Just give us how many years total were you in New York?
20.
20. Okay.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when you met a person that you were particularly interested in of the opposite sex?
Yes. So one of the things that I did in the city as an actor that sort of got the most traction was that a buddy of mine and I formed a comedy duo, like a sketch comedy duo. We were both musicians as well. He played piano and I played guitar. And so we would do sketch comedy, and we would write these sketches that had a lot of music in them, and then, just that sort of thing. And that started to get a little bit of notice from people, and we had a show that we put together. It was kind of a variety show. And we did it at all the comedy clubs in the city. We started at Caroline's on 48th and Broadway, and then we were at Catch a Rising Star for a while, and then at Gotham Comedy for a while. And, we moved the show around a little bit. And the way the show worked was that we would have a stand-up comedian do a short 5 or 10 minutes at the beginning, and then we would do a bunch of sketches, and then we would have a stand-up comedian do another 5 or 10 minutes at the end. And then in the middle, we'd have some kind of a small band that would do a straight legit musical act that would do either a single person doing singer-songwriter thing or a small combo or something. And we were doing the show at a venue up on Amsterdam, and we were trying to get a musical act for the show, and we were asking this friend who had a band, and she said, we can't do it, but you should ask my friend, she's got this trio. And they were a close harmony trio, like Andrew's Sisters stuff, like, and girl group stuff, Motown, that kind of thing. And so we hired them to do the show, and I say we hired them, but I don't think they got paid. And one of the people in that band was the woman who ended up being my wife, who's my wife, Francine. And that's how we met.
And Francine's in this courtroom?
Yes.
You just point her out?
Right. Second in the front row there.
The jury will get to know Francine later on.
Right.
A little bit about you.
Right.
So was the rest history or?
Well, it was, we were both very busy, trying to live those kinds of lives where juggling is your everyday experience. And I think I called her, and I think she thought I was calling her for a date, but in fact I was calling her to work the door at our next show because our door person had bailed.
How'd that go over?
Not well. She wasn't happy about that. But then we continued to sort of get to know each other, and then we decided that we wanted to go out on a date, but I think it took almost a month before we could find the time to have a date because we were both so busy with work and pursuits and following everything we were doing.
And we'll let Francine tell her version of the story in part two.
Right.
When she gets up there. But did there come a time when you and Francine decided to get married?
Yeah. So, very shortly after dating seriously, we knew that this was not like other relationships we had. And at the same time, we knew that we were done with the business and wanted to pursue other careers. I had always been an illustrator as well and done some design work and illustration, so I got out of the business, and after a brief stint working at an executive placement place, I got hired in 2000. So Francine and I met in 98. And then in 2000, I got hired to do book jacket design at a publishing company in the city, trade books. So I was doing jackets for books. And then around the same time, she was transitioning into a career as a preschool music instructor and a music specialist.
And so the 20, you gave up acting, your career in acting after about 20 years, or?
Yeah, well, roughly. A little less than that. I think I went on my last real audition in 2004, maybe 2003. It kind of dribbled off, I kept going out.
And did there come a time when you and Francine decided to have children?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us when did you have your?
Well,
were you in New York when you had your?
Yes. One of the things we recognized when we realized that this relationship wasn't like others was that we both wanted kids, and we were not dewy-eyed youngsters at that point, so we knew we had to.
You were dewy-eyed.
Yeah.
Older than youngsters?
Right. And so the way I like to describe it is it's the first time in my whole life that I met somebody and looked down the avenue and all I saw were green lights. You know what I mean? It's like just everything lined up in terms of what we wanted from life and from each other. And so our first son, Nate, was born in 2003. We got married in 2001, and then our son Nate was born in 2003. We were living in Queens at the time. In Sunnyside, and then Ben was born 3 years later in 2006. And after Benny was born, we realized that we weren't, having kids in the city is hard. It's a tough thing to do. And we wanted to have a kind of an easier time of it. So then we started looking for other places to live after Ben was born. before he was a year old.
So Nate is how many years, or was how many years older than Ben?
3.
And when did you move to Newtown?
So in 2007, we left Queens, and we did that thing where you sort of make a circle and try to find a place that you can afford to live. And we wound up in Newtown. We had friends who had moved to Sandy Hook several years before, and we'd been visiting them up there, and they were saying the schools are great, the town is great. There's something about this town, about Newtown and the Sandy Hook area that's great. And I had grown up in New Hampshire, and so moving to Connecticut was kind of a little bit like coming home for me in a way after 20 years in the city. And it really, really appealed to me, the idea of living in a place where there's trees and woods and you can, around that sort of thing. So we moved in 2007. We rented what I like to say is the only house in Newtown that was smaller than our apartment in Queens. And we were there for a couple of months, and then we found a place, and we bought a place in Sandy Hook.
And did Nate and Benjamin go to the elementary or the preschool?
Right. So Nate and Ben both went to Trinity Day School, which was a preschool, pre-K program. And then they both went through the system. Nate, in 2012, was in 4th grade. And so Ben went to Trinity for the pre-K, and then he started 1st grade in September of 2012 at Sandy Hook Elementary.
And who was his teacher?
So his teacher was a woman named Mrs. D'Amato, but on December 14th of 2012, she was not in the school. She had a doctor's appointment. She had recently discovered that she was pregnant.
Objection, hearsay relevance.
Sustained.
We'd have to shoot.
She was not in the school that day, and there was a substitute in her place.
Okay. But let's not talk about December 14th for a minute.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
And I want you to tell the jury a little bit about Ben.
Sure.
What was Ben like?
Ben was, in many ways, a typical 6-year-old boy. If you have experience with 6-year-old boys, a lot of energy, a lot of rambunctious behavior. He was the second kid, so he was trying a little harder to get our attention in those busy years. Every parent thinks their kid is the greatest, and he had a wonderful sense of humor, really funny kid. And he moved very, very quickly through the world. Nothing really ever moved fast enough for him. He was always going. In fact, his nickname was Crash. We called him Crash, and that was just the beginning of his nickname. As the years went by, we sort of added on to the nickname with stuff that happened to him or things he did to other people. And so his full nickname was Crash, Hop Along, Hurt Himself, Jawbreaker, Shiner, Split Lip, Gash Eye, Faceplant, Nosebuster, Wheeler. That's what we called him.
Did he add those names as time went on?
Yes, as time went on, each one of those sort of added on.
Well-earned nickname?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He was a very, as is typical of 6-year-old boys, a passionate and sometimes a loud kid. One night at the dinner table, if I could tell this story, one night at the dinner table, he was just behaving terribly. I mean, holding the fork by the wrong side and doing these, just being obnoxious and loud, and I had had enough. And I picked him up from the table, and I at the end of a long day, and I was holding him. I picked him up like this, and I was holding him like this, and I was going to take him up the stairs and sit him down on his bed and have a conversation about how we behave at the dinner table. Another conversation about that. And so I'm taking him up the stairs, and I've got him like this, and halfway up the stairs, he bites me right here. He bit me. And I sat him down on his bed, and I said, "Sweetheart." I said, "You can't bite people. You know, you can tell me that you're angry. You can tell me how frustrated you are, but you just can't bite people." And he looked at me and he said, "But Dad, I had to bite something." And I mean, it's weird, but now I'm kind of glad he did. I have this scar.
And Ben had, let's show a picture. Can we show a picture of Ben?
Sure.
Let's show a picture of Ben. We show the picture.
This is exhibit.
316, Your Honor, and it is a full exhibit.
Thank you. Agreed. This doesn't, kind of looks like a biter there.
Ben never lost a tooth. And he really hated the fact that he was already 6 and hadn't lost any teeth. His friends were all losing teeth, and he hadn't lost a tooth yet.
It never did.
No.
And we're showing this picture, and we'll take Dennis, but can you just tell the jury about when this picture was taken?
Spring of 2012. Yeah, spring of 2012. So he was 5 there. His birthday was his birthday was in September, so he was 6 at that point.
And Ben and his older brother, Nate, what was their relationship like?
They were best friends, and they squabbled the way young brothers do, but they were very, very, very close. And yeah, real close.
Now, I just want to ask you about just the last time you saw Ben was when?
Well, the last time I saw him alive was the morning of December 17th, December 14th, 2012. But the last time I saw him was the following Monday.
Were you in court, David, when Bill Aldenberg testified about his observations as a witness at Sandy Hook?
Yes.
On December 14th, 2012?
Yes.
And when Carly Soto Parisi gave her account?
Yes.
And is it hard, I imagine it's hard to put into words perfectly what happened, but is it, if it's okay with you, well, let me ask you, did they do, did their testimony strike you as being reasonably reflective of the scene at Sandy Hook on that day?
Objection, Judge. I'm adding on testimony to another.
Well, I'm just using it as predicate, because if that's the case, I don't want to have to go through with it.
You're
Same
objecting?
objection.
Sustained.
Do you have anything withdrawn? If it's okay with you, and I mean no disrespect, but I'm going to skip your experience on that day.
Okay.
But I do want to ask you some questions about what happened after the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And in the week after the shooting, were you out in the public much, or
No,
what was
no,
going
no.
on in your house?
No. We immediately hunkered down and stayed home. Friends and family started showing up right away, and we were very lucky that a close friend of ours showed up very soon after, perhaps even the next day, and just took charge of everything. She just literally showed up with a clipboard and a laptop and took over, and it was a real blessing. I don't know what we would have done without her.
And did there come a time when you learned that your family, your experience, Ben's existence, your credibility, Francine's credibility, was being smeared in some manner?
Yeah. We had put ourselves in a kind of a bubble, and we weren't watching the news. We were staying away from the TV. And this friend of ours who was helping us took us aside. I believe it was about a week or so afterwards, and sat us down and said, listen, there's this guy saying these things, and other people are saying them too, and this is what's happening, and you need to know before you find out in some other way. And she told us what was going on and what people were saying, and what she told us about Alex Jones, and she told us what he was saying.
And what was your understanding, at least at that time? We saw you were in court. We saw videos that this was repeated over the course of years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But at that time, what was being said? What were you made aware of that was being said about the Sandy Hook experience?
You know, the first thing I remember hearing was that he was saying it was a hoax, and that was being repeated by others.
And this was through, you learned this through your protective friend,
Yes.
so to speak?
Yes, that's right.
And did your friend make you aware of any specific instances in terms of your family?
Well, not at that moment. Not at that moment. But, you know, that came shortly thereafter.
Okay, so you learned this about a week after you're in this bubble, and
Right.
this is the first time you learned this. And can you just give the jury a sense as to what that made you feel like, or what you're thinking when you heard that?
Well, after the shock of Ben's murder, we were, I mean, the best way to describe it is we were like, I felt like I was underwater. And I didn't know which way was up. And so you're grasping with that. You're trying to get your head around that. And to have someone publicly telling the world that it didn't happen and that you're a fraud and a phony is incredibly disorienting. It's like you're already fighting, and I could not understand why in the world anyone would think this. I couldn't figure it out.
Did you, did there come a time when you came out of the bubble enough to look into this, or?
Right. So, yeah, I mean, as our ability to interact with the world increased, as the days went by and the weeks went by and the months went by, I started looking into it a little bit when people would say, hey, this and that and the other thing. And so I started seeing, you know, what was out there on YouTube and what people were posting in social media. And around that same time, or maybe a little bit before that, I had been using Facebook fairly early on because, you know, I've lived all over the country, and so I've got friends, you know, all over the place. And Facebook really was the best way for me to let people know what was going on. And I would write posts about letting them know sort of how we were doing. And I felt that was kind of a responsibility to let the people we cared about know where we were as we went through this. And it was not long after that unsolicited messages started coming through, primarily through Facebook. And people were, accusing me of lying, telling me Ben never lived, telling me that I was going to burn in hell, and that I would pay for what I had done. And that, that continued for quite a while.
And in terms of, they said you got messages that to the effect that accusations that Ben didn't live.
Yes. Yeah, that it was a hoax, that I was an actor, that I was a liar, that I was a fake.
They weren't referring to your early days.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Can you give us just any inkling or sense as to what it's like to have gone through that, having lost Ben in the way you did, and then to be told by the public that he didn't live?
An event like this makes you question everything. If a kid who was that big a life force in your house could just be gone like that, what else is possible? It makes you question everything. So you're already completely off balance, right? And then something like this comes along and people start saying stuff like this and it derails you. It completely derails you. And I'll say it again, it's the best way to describe it. It's completely disorienting. Like you don't know what's what anymore. It's awful.
And has this interrupted this part of it, this Alex Jones part of it, has this interrupted your work life?
It took a while before I could go back to work, and I was fortunate in that the company I was working for was very understanding. They gave me some time to sort of get myself together before I went back. But when this really ramped up, and when a lot of this was going on, it was very hard to be at the office. It was difficult to concentrate. It was difficult to focus on anything. After I had been back at the office for a little while, I became aware of 2 fake Twitter accounts. I didn't use Twitter. I wasn't on Twitter at the time. And I was made aware of 2 fake Twitter accounts that were put up in my name and in my wife's name, using images they'd found on the internet from stuff we had done in the past. And these were, very, saying like, posting stuff like, I'm the best liar. I'm an actor. I'm a liar. I've fooled. I've got you all fooled and stuff like that. And just it was awful. Very sarcastic and belittling.
And do you have any sense as you sit here today as to how many millions or tens of millions of people out there believe that you manipulated the situation for some ulterior motive, that you didn't exist, that Ben didn't exist, or that you're part of a hoax?
Through the course of the events of being here in this trial, I've seen the size of the audiences we're talking about, and I've seen some of those numbers, and it at the time, I sort of put it out of my head. I tried not to think about it too much, but it's quite clear that it was enormous and significant.
Did you have anybody invading your own private property?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Yes.
And when?
So in the days and weeks after, a number of times, and fortunately, both of these situations were dealt with by this friend of ours who was helping us. Someone came to the house. She told us that somebody had come to the house, knocked on the door, and she opened the door, and this person demanded to see Ben. I know he's here. I know he's alive. And she dispatched with that person, and then another person came to the house in the guise of being a reporter, telling her that he was a reporter, but then saying things that she knew were just, didn't sound right, and he didn't have any credentials, and so that, she sent him away.
And Ben had an older brother, Nate. Nate was how old again?
So Nate was 9
Okay.
when Ben was killed,
And
in
so
4th grade.
You and Francine had to care for Nate and
Yeah.
your parents, Nate. And
Yeah.
can you tell us, in terms of a parent, from your point of view, how did this Alex Jones part of it affect your relationship with Nate and Nate's, and how did you deal with this with Nate, if at all?
That was really, really hard. I had to sit him down at one point when this stuff was starting to really get into the news and people were starting to be aware of it and people were starting to talk about it. The last thing I wanted was for some kid to say something on the bus or for him to hear it on the playground or something, And so we had to sit him down and I had to tell him what was happening. And obviously, he said, why, why is this happening? And I didn't have an answer. I didn't have an answer.
You couldn't answer his question?
I couldn't. I didn't know what to tell him.
And did you observe how that affected Nate? How did Nate deal with it, and what was the impact on you of that?
So Nate
Compound judge, relevance and compound.
Nate reacted to this situation by he wanted to remain completely and totally anonymous. He didn't want anyone knowing who he was. He didn't want anyone giving him special treatment for any reason. He didn't want to be associated with it at all. And the idea that we were now the focus of some other kind of notoriety or some other kind of spotlight was being put on us was difficult for him.
So he didn't want to be singled out as a result of being the brother of
Yes.
Benjamin of the shooting.
That's correct.
And he didn't want the people to know him for another reason because of
Right.
what was going on from Alex Jones.
Right. And for years he would ask me why anyone would ever do such a thing.
Meaning who? No.
Why anyone like Alex Jones, why Alex Jones would say these things, why anyone would say these things.
And for you as a parent, how did you absorb that?
Yeah. Well, we had to have conversations about it. I mean, we had to sit down and talk about it, and I had to try to explain to him my thoughts of why someone might do this.
Now you mentioned your fledgling, am I overstating, your acting career?
You might be.
You did have some. Did you have some student films or films?
Yeah, I did. I did years ago. I did a student film with a guy who I think he was an NYU film student.
Okay.
That's common fodder for young actors in the city trying to get a leg up there. You get a student film, and so I did that. Yeah.
So you had some online footprint of some kind?
Right. So that film was up on YouTube.
Can you tell the jury whether that became used in any
Oh,
way?
it absolutely did. I mean, hoaxers grabbed it and pointed to it as, proof that it was a hoax, proof that I was an actor, the fact that I was in this film, implying that everything about me was fake and false. The guy, and I hadn't talked to him in years, the guy who made the film, he didn't know what to do. We didn't know what to do.
And in what way were these people using the film to make the case?
So they would take it and cut it up and edit it and posted as parts of other videos as proof that I wasn't a real person and I didn't have a family and I didn't have a son.
What was that like for you?
It's very distressing. I mean, it kind of makes you second guess everything.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'd rack my brain about what else was out there that someone would get a hold of and try to use in some way like this. And it was demeaning. It felt like, it felt like being delegitimized in a way, like being, basically being people, it makes you feel like you don't matter. It makes you feel like what you went through doesn't matter.
Now, acting you may not have been the most successful actor ever, but do you consider your acting past as part of your identity?
Sure. I mean, I spent 20 years trying to do it, and so to have that used as, and it's hard, it's really hard, it's not an easy thing to do, so to have that used as some sort of ammunition against me as a person is really awful.
And did there come a time, you were here when Bill Aldenberg testified.
Yes, I was.
And Bill, I believe, if I recall correctly, actually apologized to you, but can you tell us, did there come a time when you became aware of some part of this whole Alex Jones piece that
Right.
had you, go ahead, tell the jury what happened?
So after a while, I'd been, sort of looking to see what was out there and what people were saying, and I came across this thing that the idea that people were posting that Bill Aldenberg and I were the same person, that I played two parts in the tragedy, that I was playing the grieving dad and playing the FBI agent, and then we were actually the same person. And, and it's insane. It's just absolutely insane.
Did you know Bill Aldenberg?
No.
When was the first time you met Bill Aldenberg?
I first met Bill summer before last. He emailed me and asked me if we could have coffee, and I invited him to our house. And
You're talking about 2021?
Yeah.
That's the first time you met him?
I believe it was.
I'm just trying to establish that.
I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it was.
Okay, sorry.
It's certainly, yeah, I believe it was summer before last, summer of 2021. And so I invited him to the house and we sat outside and talked.
Can you tell the jury about what you observed about about that discussion, what you observed about your own?
Right. It was a hard conversation for both of us. But it was very hard for Bill, because it became very clear to me almost immediately that he felt a tremendous amount of responsibility for what had happened to me because of what he went through that morning. And it became clear to me that he had come to apologize, which was, of course, ridiculous. He had no reason to apologize. There's nothing that he did that would merit any kind of an apology to me. But I respect him for doing it. It was not easy for either of us. But I have a lot of respect for Bill.
What was he specifically apologizing for?
Objection, hearsay.
So it's all his damages.
Sustained.
He's a witness, Bill Aldenberg's damages. No?
That's for Mr. Oldenburg, objection hearsay.
Oh, okay. You were in court when we played Alex Jones' video within 3 hours of the Sandy Hook
Yeah,
shooting, and is this December 14th that will this be the 10-year anniversary of the Sandy Hook shooting?
yes,
And will it be the 10-year anniversary of Alex Jones' lies about you?
yes.
And can you tell the jury whether this Alex Jones piece affects your feelings of security to this day?
Yes,
Can you explain that to the jury?
yes.
And your families?
When we first learned about what people were saying and how they were behaving regarding these theories, this conspiracy stuff, we became very aware of being in large crowds. We would often make a decision about going somewhere, whether or not we were going to be with friends or have friends around us, or if it was a place where we felt safe or comfortable, how many people would be there. There were a number of situations for me personally. I was invited to, around 2014, I was invited to talk to some college students about my experience, the things that I had learned that I didn't know before the shooting, the things I had learned in the time since. And so I started giving a presentation to college students. And every time I would be asked, I would make sure that there was a security person, an officer of some kind in the room, because I was concerned.
And did you notice this concern in Francine? And
Oh yeah, yeah, sure, more so than me, yes.
Can you just explain
Yeah.
that?
Sure. She was afraid of being attacked. She was afraid of being harassed. And, you know, in the immediate days and weeks after, we would, you know, if we had to go somewhere, all of the families had a law enforcement officer assigned to them on December 14th in the afternoon. And we had a Connecticut State Trooper assigned to our family. And so when we would go anywhere, we would go in his car. He would drive us. And he would put his dress uniforms in the windows so that no one could see in. Because we didn't, you know, we were, as performers, we were already sort of public people in a way. And so we were, you know, making sure that that opportunity for someone to do something didn't arise, or we tried.
And you you said you moved to Newtown in 2007, or Sandy Hook, rather?
Yeah, that's right.
So you were there for approximately 5 years?
Yes.
And had you ever felt insecure or unsafe in your own home in Newtown?
God, no.
What do you mean?
No, I mean, it's a terrific community. You know, right after we moved in, someone had left a phone book. You know how they used to deliver phone books in plastic bags? Somebody left a phone book at the bottom of the driveway, you know, the way they used to do. And somehow, I don't know if it was a cigarette flicked out of a window as a car drove by or something, but I came out one morning and saw this phone book had been left in the driveway, and it was burned. It was all, and this is 2007 or 8, I suppose, very soon after we moved in. And it had caught fire. And I called the local police, and I was like, what is this? You know, I'd just come from Queens. I was like, what is this? And they said, no, that doesn't happen here. No, not here.
And did you ever get to the bottom of what?
Never got to the bottom of the burned phone. But
Had you, when you went out into the community in Newtown, did you ever feel any feelings that people were looking at you strange or anything like that prior to all this?
No.
What's it like? So what's it like to have this feeling of safety and security taken away? You tell the jury, just in your own words.
I didn't want to admit it for a long time. I didn't want these kinds of behaviors. I didn't want the stuff that was being said about us to change my life, right? I didn't want to give in. It made me feel like I had lost somehow or something. So I was stubborn about, you know, getting a home security system because I didn't want to admit that that was a reality. And I ended up getting one because I realized that, you know, these fears are not unfounded.
You were, did you say you're a stand-up comic at one point?
I never really did. I tried, you know, in the context of this variety show that my friend and I had, I tried it once or twice.
You've been heckled before a time or two?
I try to avoid situations where that might happen, but I suppose.
Isn't this just a bunch of heckling? Can't you just turn the channel? Isn't Alex Jones just Dennis the Menace?
No.
Why not?
This is my life. This isn't something I'm trying to put over on somebody.
Who's Dennis the Menace, by the way?
A cartoon character, as far as I remember. I think there was a TV show too.
Do you find Alex Jones to be funny?
No.
Has Alex Jones harmed you and your family?
Yes.
Has he destroyed your name? Or tried to, at least?
Yeah.
But he hasn't, has he?
No.
So what? So if he hasn't destroyed your name...
Well, you know, every time he uttered the words crisis actor, I know he was talking about me and us. You know.
Did you do anything to Alex Jones to warrant this attack on
No.
you? And these lies about you and your family?
Of course not.
And these lies about Ben?
No.
Thank you very much. I'll move for the questions.
Attorney Pattis?
I think it's morning. Good morning, Mr. Wheeler.
Good morning.
We met via Zoom on an occasion where a colleague of mine deposed you.
Yes.
It's good to meet you, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Prior to your son's murder, had you ever heard the name Alex Jones?
Yes.
How had you heard it?
Just in a sort of a general awareness of an internet personality.
And after the murder of your son, I believe his name was used. Do you need something, sir?
I was looking for a trash can. It's all right. I'll leave it there.
After your son's murder, I believe you said a friend of yours who was house sitting, well, who had come to care for you in the wake
Yes.
of this, mentioned that he was using he was referring to Sandy Hook, correct?
Yes.
He never, are you aware, have you seen any video where he's named you or used your name?
No.
Have you seen anything in print where he's named you or used your name?
No.
Are you aware that, and did you see that, you were in court and saw the video that was posted after hours of your son's shooting, correct?
Yes.
And had you seen that video before seeing it in
No.
court here? Or did you become aware?
Well, I'm sorry. Let me correct that. I may have seen it in the time that I was starting to research. I saw a number of his videos in the weeks and months following as I sort of became more able to take these things in.
Okay. Did you see it before you accompanied your wife when she stood in for President Obama to give a weekly address?
I don't recall.
You appeared with her.
Objection. This is,
Sustained.
May we approach, Judge? Even within the scope of your ruling. I'd like to be heard. Briefly, may we approach for...
Well, why don't you, yes.
So this, you're asking when he saw the video, he answered that. money
He
was
doesn't
sent
know.
to him.
And so
no issue with it.
So what do
the
you-
question, and this is the only question.
No, you gotta stay on the record.
I know, but
No, no, I can't, otherwise we'll let the jury know and do it.
Right, okay, fair enough. He appeared with his wife to give a message, as she gave a message in lieu of President Obama to urge the Senate to pass gun control legislation. And I believe that because he appeared with her wife to give a presidential address along with his wife to urge the Senate to pass gun control legislation. And I think his attitude toward guns, he saw the video where Alex is talking about our guns, our guns, our guns. He's introducing us to that's what he said.
Well, then let's move it off of politics and focus on his views on guns and his gun activities. So you can ask him what his gun activities are and his views.
My view, and Judge, I understand you disagree, and I'm trying as an officer of the court to understand the disagreement. It's a large platform.
This is the problem with getting into this.
It's a one question.
Ask him about his gun, his activity,
Okay.
his.
Okay.
So, but
If there is.
if there is, I
And
don't
he
know.
hasn't, I think among us has to establish that David Levin even knows about Jones' position on guns. Jones is not known for his guns. He's known for other stuff.
You saw, I think I've laid the foundation for this question.
Sorry.
At some point.
Yes, at some
Well,
point.
there's no foundation that he knows what Alex Jones' positions about guns are, and we don't know what his positions about guns. We have no idea what his gun.
Well, when he sits next to his wife on national television to address the Senate.
But we're making it about politics, and we're making
No, it's gun.
There's no foundation. You gotta start the
I
foundation.
Yes, he
knows. Otherwise, there's
So
no.
I'll sustain the objection and do it.
Lay the
another
foundation.
way.
And also,
All right, so the objection is sustained.
Did the Alex Jones withdrawn? Did the shooting of your son at Sandy Hook Elementary School change your view about guns and gun safety
Objection.
legislation?
There's no foundation. For
Well,
this
why
to
don't
be
we first see
probative.
if he had any views that need
Did
to
you
be
have
changed?
views about gun control and gun safety prior to the Sandy Hook shooting?
Not particularly.
Did the shooting change your view?
Objection. There's no foundation that David Wheeler has any understanding with. Excuse me, let me rephrase it. There's no foundation established that David Wheeler knows or knew about Mr. Jones's position on guns. That has to be laid
I
first.
agree, so,
Okay, sir, you were sitting in court throughout the trial, correct?
Yes.
You've seen the video of Mr. Jones saying, they're coming for our guns within hours of your son's shooting,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Objection. He hasn't established when Mr. Wheeler.
so right now we know that during the trial, he saw that video, so
You
that,
saw the video before this trial, correct?
I may have. I honestly don't recall.
At any point, did you become aware that Alex Jones believed that the Sandy Hook shooting was a pretext for coming after guns of the Americans?
Objection.
overruled.
So,
When did you become aware of that?
I couldn't honestly tell you. I don't remember exactly. At some point when I started becoming aware of what was being said and what he was saying, it became clear that that was part of this presentation of his.
You say at some point, would that have been in the weeks after your son's shooting, while you were emerging from this fog?
Yes, generally speaking, at some point, I would say, but within probably 2 to 3 months at the outside.
You accompanied your wife to give when she gave a national address on April
Sustained.
13th.
So this question,
argument
right,
outside the presence of the jury.
That would be a good idea.
all right, so we'll just bear with us, you'll put your notebooks down. Let me just see what time it is. You know, this is actually a good time for the morning recess anyway, we're just approaching it. So we'll give you a 20-minute recess, and we will stay on the record to address this issue, all right? Thank you, Mr. Florida. Shall we excuse the witness?
Well, he's a plaintiff, I'm not
Please.
sure we can.
Please be seated, or we don't need to.
I don't think we can excuse him from making the right.
We don't need him on the stand.
So,
No.
Mr. David, you can step down.
I didn't know if there was gonna be an offer or something.
Are we moving into the break, Judge?
After this, but now we're on the record and we're gonna deal with this issue.
There.
So so there's a foundation now that at some point within 2 to 3 months after the shooting, the witness became aware of Mr. Jones'
What?
platform.
As the record is clear, the court denied our requesting to preclude this type of eliciting this type of testimony about the individual plaintiff's position on guns before the shooting, after the shooting, anytime, as not being
I don't want to hear the argument of that. Tell me what your issue is.
Right, and I believe I understand the position is that it has some relevance to damages, but in order to have relevance in that way of thinking, there has to be a foundation that for each individual plaintiff that they are even aware of Mr. Jones' position on guns.
I agree with you. I think
And it
that
has to be specific.
he's laying the foundation, but we're having a lot of objections. So there's testimony now that this witness became aware of Mr. Jones' platforms on guns. Didn't say that he knew what it was, just that he became aware.
It needs to be specifically established foundation, or there's absolutely no probative value or relevance to this claim of bias or motive. And that's just a fundamental.
Well, I don't disagree with you, Attorney Koskoff. So he became aware that Mr. Jones had a platform on guns. We don't have any evidence yet of what it is that he was aware of. Attorney Pattis?
I disagree in part and may not recall.
No, so
He became aware, he saw a video here, doesn't recall when he first saw it. Did you become aware at some point that Mr. Jones had a position on firearms? Yes. When did you become aware?
you know, I'm gonna play this back because I think it's important enough. So why don't we hold off? I'll ask the monitor to get to that point. So I think where Attorney Pattis started talking about prior to the Sandy Hook shooting, what was your position? Did you have a position? Let's start from there.
When she stood in for President Obama to speak the address.
I don't recall.
You appeared with her.
You play too much into one side.
This is, have you seen that video? You're aware, are you aware that, and you saw, did you see, if you were in court, saw the video that it was posted hours after hours of your son's shooting?
Yes.
Before
Have
that.
you seen that video before seeing the court here? I'm sorry to hear your loss.
Thank you.
Prior to your son's murder, did you ever put the name out?
Yes.
How did you put it?
Just sort of a general awareness of an internet personality.
And after you murdered your son, I believe his name was used to give something.
I was looking for a trash can. Sorry, I'll just leave it there.
And after your son's murder, at least a friend of yours was house sitting, who would come to care for you.
Yes.
Mentioned that he was using or he was referring to Sandy Hook, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of seeing any video where he's named you your name?
No.
Have you seen any French where he named you your name?
No.
Yes. You're aware, are you aware that, and you saw, did you see that you were in court, saw the video that it was posted hours after hours of your son's shooting?
Yes.
And Or did you become aware?
Well, I'm sorry, let me correct that. I may have seen it in the time that I was starting to research. I saw a number of his videos in the weeks and months following as I sort of became more able to take these things in.
Okay. Did you see it before you accompanied your wife when she stood in for President Obama to give the address?
I don't recall.
You appeared with her. Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach it?
No.
I'd like to be heard. Briefly, maybe approach her.
Well, why don't you?
Yes.
And then what after the second?
So the objection is sustained.
The shooting of your son at San Diego Elementary School changed your view on safety. Objection. There's no foundation.
Well, why don't we first see if he had any views that
What
make
do you
him
have
change?
views about gun safety prior to San Diego shooting?
Not particularly.
Did the shooting change your objection? There's no foundation that David Wheeler has his understanding of it. Excuse me, there's no foundation established. David Wheeler knows or knew Mr. Jones' position on guns. That has to be laid.
I agree, so.
Okay, so you were sitting in court around the trial, correct?
Yes.
You've seen the video of Mr. Jones saying they're coming for our guns within hours of your son's shooting,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Objection. He hasn't established his man.
So right now, we know that during the trial, he saw that video, so
You
that.
saw the video before this trial, correct?
I may have. I honestly don't recall.
At any point, did you become aware that Alex Jones believed that the San Diego shooting was a pretext for coming after the guns? Objection.
Overruled.
So when did you become aware of it?
I couldn't honestly tell you. I don't remember exactly. At some point when I started becoming aware of what was being said and what he was saying, it became clear that that was part of this presentation of theory.
You say at some point that it been in the weeks after your son's shooting, while you were emerging from this fog?
Yes, generally speaking, at some point, I would say within probably 2 to 3 months at the outside.
You accompanied your wife to give a national, when she gave a national address on page 6.
Sustained. So this question, right?
That would be a good idea.
All right, so we'll just bear with us. You'll put your notebooks down. Let me just see what time it is. You know, this is actually a good time for the morning recess anyway. We're just approaching it. So we'll give you a 20-minute recess, and we will stay on the record.
He accompanied his wife.
Are we back on?
I believe I have laid the foundation to ask the following question. On April 13th, or in April 2013, did you accompany your wife to sit alongside her as she gave a national address urging the Senate to pass gun control legislation? I believe I've laid the foundation. It showed he became aware of Mr. Jones's position at 2 to 3 months at the outside after his son's death, taking place no later than March 31st. And this is within weeks of that. So I believe I have laid the foundation, and that's the only question I intend to ask at this point.
There's no only question exception to an improper question.
That wasn't
There's
the basis.
No colloquy.
There's no, Judge, there's absolutely been no foundation laid as to what that David Wheeler, this gentleman, understood and knew what Alex Jones' position was on guns, what he had heard.
I agree. I think you have to lay a better foundation.
Okay, I can do it.
Okay. So we will take our 15-minute recess. What time does that put us at, Ron?
The 11:45.
All right,
Sorry, 48.
All right, we'll return at
Judge,
11:45.
may I ask the court reporter to mark a portion of the transcript where he said that he became aware of Mr. Jones's position within an outside 2 or 3 months.
You could
Let
do that.
me replay that to him for impeachment.
I didn't hear that.
I'm asking that portion of the transcript where he said he became aware of the position of Mr. Jones and thinking that taking guns away was part of the whole Sandy Hook thing at the outset within 2 or 3 months after his son's death. I'm asking if that be marked.
For what purpose?
If I get testimony at variance with that, I don't know what's going to happen during the break, but it's my contention the foundation is currently adequate. I suspect he may or may not be prepared to testify, and if it's at variance with that, I'll impeach him with what he said 10 minutes ago.
No, the foundation's just been ruled to be inadequate.
We'll take a recess.
We're now standing at 15-minute morning recess.
All right, so I've given it some thought over the break, and as we all know, this is a hearing in damages, and this trial is not about presidential elections or presidents. And I think that the defense is improperly injecting politics into the case unnecessarily, and I can't permit that. So I just want to get back to make sure that we don't have this problem with every witness. So I think once there's a foundation laid that the witness knew what Mr. Jones' platform or position on gun control was, that it would be proper, as this was my ruling yesterday, to elicit his views, if any, on the issue and his activities, if any, on the witness. Because as I understand it, the defense wants to show that any particular witness could be biased or prejudiced against the defendants when testifying about the extent of their damages because they don't like the defendant's position on gun control. We can't have it in a way that we're bringing presidents and elections into it, so that is not going to work. And this is just, it's not really it's not what I was trying to rule on. So the fact that he's supporting there at this event doesn't mean anything except for that. It could mean something, but it really doesn't mean anything. He could have been there just to be supportive of his spouse, which is something that many spouses do. So where are you going with this,
The
Attorney
question
Pattis?
is, assuming I can lay the appropriate foundation, which I believe I already have, but if the court disagrees, that's fine. He appeared.
Well, can you just educate me then? Because I remember that he said before Sandy Hook, he didn't have any particular views about gun safety or gun control.
Correct. And then I believe I asked him to become aware of it at some point.
Did he become aware of the
Mr.
video?
Jones's views and how this was all associated with crazy. I don't remember what it was. I asked the testimony to be marked that Jones's views about guns were related to the views he was taking about Sandy Hook. And he became aware of these views no more than 2 to 3 months after the shooting, which would put it in about March 1st, or March 31st at the latest. 2 weeks later, assuming March 31st date is the date, he appeared with his wife while she gave the substitute weekly address that the president typically gives. It was not an attempt to inject politics in it, it was an attempt to describe the forum. This is presumably one of the most prestigious fora in the United States. If a president permits you to address the nation on his behalf, I assume that, and I think if he accompanied his wife there, he can acknowledge that. Were you there to endorse her views? Yes. I believe that's all appropriate and does not run afoul of the rulings. I understand my adversaries may disagree, you may rule otherwise, but I've laid my foundation, and I believe that this is narrowly within the scope of your ruling.
Excuse me. First of all, Alex Jones did not express his views about guns in any of that material that the jury has seen. He has simply accused the plaintiffs of being established lied about the plaintiffs being part of a conspiracy hoax. They're fraudulent actors to advance an agenda to take away people's guns. He put that on the plaintiffs, but that's not an expression of his views, such that this the court has deemed a admissible motive kind of thing would allow. It's just, in fact, it's established that's just a lie. It's not a view. He doesn't establish that it's not a belief. It's a lie. So we can't piggyback on that claim as some kind of a foundation. It's a problem.
Well, that the argument is simply incoherent. Whether this court has ruled that Mr. Jones has lied and didn't believe it at the time he said it doesn't matter. It's what this witness matters, and that's why on cross-examination I have a right to challenge his motive, bias, and interest in the outcome. He was asked by Attorney Koskoff whether you saw films in here that were shown within hours of the fellow's sons being shot. That's the film, and in that film, and I'll show it again to the witness, Jones says, they're coming after our guns. This was staged. This was staged. If a reasonable person can't draw the inference that Mr. Jones is referring to Sandy Hook as staged for the purposes of taking guns, I don't know what, I'll eat my shoes.
So here's what I would say. If you want to ask him about what activities he's engaged in by way of giving speeches or lobbying or whatever it is that you're going to do, that you have a good faith basis to do, that's one thing. But I'm not going to go down the road of politics and Obama and presidential elections
But
and all
he
that.
did it, Judge. He accompanied his wife on April 13th and sat next.
Attorney Pattis, I accompany my husband on a lot of things just to be supportive, not because I agree with
And
his
if you show
politics,
up-
not because I agree with his politics or for any other reason. So that is just pure speculation.
But I'm entitled to ask him whether he was supporting her views. If he wants to disavow them, then let him do it. But
You
he
can
could
ask
always
him what his
hear it.
views are.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm sorry, I just put on the record. That does not solve the foundation problem that we're dealing
There
with.
is no foundation.
Yeah,
Excuse me,
I think what I
we're
heard,
endorsing a lie.
I think what I
That's a
heard,
ridiculous argument.
counsel, we're not gonna be back to day one on this, are we? Where you're interrupting each other and interrupting me?
No.
So what I heard was that he did not have any particular views before Sandy Hook, and that at some point, 2 or 3 months afterwards, he became aware of Alex Jones' position or platforms on guns.
But that's not, A, that's not what he said, and B, what is alleged to be a position or viewpoint on guns was a lie that Alex Jones made up, and is this very centerpiece of this case. So what we're doing is we're enlarging that as a position. And
I
by the way,
understand,
the positions
but you're now
this is a very
re-arguing.
specific
Attorney
issue.
Koskov, you're re-arguing what I said. You can't re-argue. It was what Alex Jones stated, so I suppose the question of whether he became aware of what Alex Jones said on the broadcast is the question, and I think that Attorney Pattis can explore it. However, Attorney Pattis, not with injecting politics into it, presidential elections, and you haven't asked him if his views changed or what his views were. And I think that the fact that he went with his wife to a function and sat there mute is of no value to this jury.
Possibly, unless he says, I only went because I loved her. I mean, I'm not going to lend my name and likeness to something I disagree with. Much though I love my wife, if she endorsed a view that I didn't agree with or found repugnant, I wouldn't appear with it. And
You can ask him about his views and activities, but I think accompanying his wife to that event is too far afield. But you can.
So in terms of the foundation, I'm not seeing the foundation, and I don't believe it's established. And can this be laid outside the presence of the
I'm
jury?
not laying the foundation for outside the presence of the jury. No, it's not going to happen.
Excuse me, I'm asking the court, sir. I didn't ask.
Can I have a sidebar? Don't cover the mic up. How can we do this in a way that we're not going to have this problem with every witness and start to get your jury?
I have a suggestion.
Oh, good.
Well, it's not his witness, so first of all, so I don't want to be tutored. I think the problem is Attorney Koshkoff.
I'm actually
If he continues,
speaking,
please keep your
Attorney
information.
Pattis, he had a suggestion, and I'm going to hear it. And then we'll see if you have a suggestion. But I don't want to keep doing this over and over again.
Here's what I understand to be the court's position. If Attorney Pattis can establish that a plaintiff knew about Mr. Jones's views on guns, then he can probe whether that view biased them in any way towards exaggerating their
Right,
damages.
so let's see, what do you disagree with that?
I don't.
Okay, good. Well, this is good.
So it seems to me that to lay that foundation in a way that we're not having this over and over again is to say to a witness when you're ready to get to that, are you or have you ever been aware of what Mr. Jones's views on guns are. Now, the reason I think it needs to be done that way, as opposed to saying, you heard him say in the video, is because what Attorney Pattis was just saying was, you saw that Mr. Jones believed that Sandy Hook was a pretext for gun control. That is a different question than, are you aware of what Mr. Jones's views on guns specifically are? If they're not, which by the way, we all need to acknowledge could be very varied, right? I believe in the Second Amendment, absolutely. Or Jones believes in the Second Amendment, absolutely. Or believes in certain restrictions. Like,
I disagree with that
I
characterization.
got a little confused when you were asking him, when was the first time you saw the video? You saw the video today.
We'll clear that up here.
You know, that seeing it
But
today.
here's I cut you off and I apologize.
No, that's right, go ahead.
The issue is Attorney Koskoff continues to re-argue an issue that he lost. And he's tutoring his witnesses with the objections in the jury's presence and probably talking to them in the hall. This is res judicata. They may not like the ruling, but it's going to happen over and over again unless you admonish him. No, there's no jury in the room. It's going to happen over and over again unless he's admonished that res judicata. It's res judicata.
Yeah,
How can we do this in a way?
Politics decide the course of the law.
There's not politics. It's the stage he appeared on. But I understand the court doesn't want me to refer to that.
I just think if you could
Oh
just
my
say,
God.
do you
Won't
know
help, Judge.
do you know what Mr. Jones's views on guns are? And
Judge, I
if
don't
the
think
witness
I
says
need
no,
tutoring
no,
from
I'm not trying to
plaintiffs
tutor
on
you.
how
I'm
to
sorry. I'm not trying to
litigate
tutor
my
you.
case.
So where are we going now?
I'm going to lay the foundation and then you'll do it.
Right, but we are on the record. We're not going to inject politics in it.
I don't
So
think I had by appearing at that address that was the nature of the forum, so I will simply say a
I don't-
national forum if the issue comes up.
I can't keep extending it and objecting to this. So I can't put I'll put
Well, we're on the
extended
record,
objection to
so you
So I'll
have
put
the
an
objection to all of this. You,
I mean, I don't want to make a mountain out of a mole.
Oh, you're doing it.
so I think national
Okay,
forum
let's
is
go.
a little more
You're
neutral,
right. I'm sorry.
and it could be a national forum of lawyers.
I do just think though that, I mean, perhaps you disagree, Judge, that when
We do disagree on this issue.
I'm not
I
talking about the
also-
larger issue. I'm talking about the foundational question. If Mr. Wheeler has said, I understood that Mr. Jones was saying San Diego was a pretext for gun control, that is a different answer than I know what his views are on guns themselves, as opposed to I know what he's saying about a
There's his
pretext.
views, and there's what he says on the show, and then there's
The other thing I need to understand for Judge, so we don't do this again, and
just give me 1 second.
I've spoken to Attorney Koskoff to.
Can I just backtrack for a second? Are we talking about his stated views? Because that's all anybody could understand is what his stated
Well, this
views
is where I
are.
don't
I don't know if
understand
you-
Attorney Koskoff's claim that because the law of the case is that Jones lied when he said these things as by operation of law and the default. I don't think that's relevant because I think it's how this witness took the views, whether they were lies or
They're
not.
not views, is I guess what I'm saying. Yeah.
Listen, this is really very simple. Do you have any knowledge? Do you know what his stated views
Yeah.
with respect to guns are, right? That's what you want to know. That's what
I
you want
think
to
I've already got it, but I'll get
No,
it
but
again.
I'm just saying that that's really what you want to know. What are, some people, maybe not these, but would say, I have no idea what Alex Jones' stated views on
If
guns
it's
are.
not
and I
clear
don't-
enough for the plaintiff judge, I'll clarify.
I mean,
just be
so
clear.
can I just say something? This is all very confusing anyway. Why don't we just do it simpler so that we know what we're doing, the jury
I
knows
thought
what we're
it
doing.
was-
So
I
what are
think
the
it's
stated
done.
view, what were Alex Jones, do you know what Alex Jones' stated views were? And do you have any views? And then what are your activities? But
That's
I-
one way to do it. I'd prefer a different, but that's fine.
Well, I think if you do it that way, we have less chance of having to jump up and down every
I doubt
time.
that, but-
But I like the national forum is more neutral, but I'm not gonna.
And just, I'll use national form because I understand your ruling, but I want the record to be clear that I think it's error and
Well,
I can accept
it's on the
it.
Not for
record.
David Wheeler.
Everyone thinks it's error, so everyone disagrees with the ruling.
So it must be.
I think we're all-
But you've already said that appearing at a national forum.
Right, it's not.
Well, every
not
time,
inferential of any
I'm gonna
bias.
tell you what I'm gonna do now every time, because this is a hearing in damages. Anytime I hear anything with politics coming up, Trump, Obama, Clinton, any of that stuff, I'm gonna just tell the jury that this case is not about politics, it's not about presidents, it's not about presidential
Don't encourage
elections.
me. I think what you should say, and I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, if I think those topics are gonna come up, I'll approach so we can avoid this.
Yes.
Okay? Because otherwise we're gonna be up here. They've, in their own exhibits, put Trump in. I will ask to approach. I will take this as a standing order that if a political name is gonna come up, we should approach it outside the presentation.
Can I just ask if I don't want to be
Well, the exhibits they put in are that's your. Go ahead.
I'm be honest, if guns are relevant, when we say politics are not relevant, of course they're not relevant. Maybe it's just easier to see that in defining politics, but it's the same kind of thing.
I understand, but it's a hot issue. It is the
Which one,
guns are the
politics or
reason
guns?
for
They're
the.
both hot issues.
But it's the only issue that would, given how the children died,
Yeah.
okay, with AR-15s and guns, that's something that
But
people
that's-
could have very strong
this isn't
opinions
Soto
about.
versus Bush.
So that's why it's,
Be careful there. Look, I am not going after Soto versus Bush.
But that would be.
Can we stop there? This man made claims about the importance of Soto versus Bushmaster. I'm not going there. I mean, I understand your ruling. It's narrow. I get it.
so
He's
can we
much more
all agree
associated
that
with
before any
politics.
presidential election or president's name or hopeful president candidate, anything along those lines come up, you'll ask for a
I thought
sidebar
that
or
it
to
was-
excuse the jury, so we don't make this case into politics? Okay?
Well, guns are sadly. Guns are
I'm talking about
politics.
presidents, presidential elections, and I understand that it's a political
If they're
issue.
equally weighted in terms of.
Well, if that's the case. I mean, that's just re-arguing the motion. Stop.
It is. Okay, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
I'll take that as a yes. Welcome back. Now I'm counting to 9. Well, be careful, counting to 9 instead of 10, sadly. All right? Council will stipulate that the entire panel has returned.
Will do.
Okay.
Would you like Mr. Wheeler to resume the stand?
Yes, please.
David?
All right, Attorney Pattis, whenever you're ready.
Are you all set, Mr. Weaver?
Yes, thank you.
I want to return to some difficult days in your life, the days following your son's murder. And I've forgotten the name of the woman who came to stay with you. You told us in your deposition.
Right, the woman who came and helped us, a very, very close family friend named Kimberly Evans.
And it was Miss Evans who alerted you that a man named that Alex Jones was saying things about San Diego.
Yes,
That it was a hoax.
yes,
That you were an actor.
yes,
That your son hadn't really been murdered.
yes.
Did she tell you that Alex Jones was talking at all about the Second Amendment or guns when she told you those things?
No,
Now, at some point you concluded that you wanted to learn more about why he would say something like this. You were stunned.
yes,
I think what you told us is that anything seemed possible, correct? And I mean, you were disoriented. The
Yes.
world had been removed, and it was filled with insane assertions like
Yes.
these. And you began to look into Alex Jones, correct?
yes.
You began to look for things of his on the internet, correct?
As part of my sort of general search to see what was out there being said about me
Right,
and
right.
about us,
And you
yes,
saw some things that Alex Jones said. correct?
yes.
Can we see 1E, please?
the ground running in a build-up, and I said, this is the attack. Look, people gotta find the clips the last 2 months. I said, they are launching attacks. They're getting ready. I can see them warming up with Obama. They've got a bigger majority in the Congress now, in the Senate. They are going to come after our guns, look for mass shootings.
So is that one of the things you saw in the weeks following your son's death?
I believe I did see this clip at some point in those months first following, yes.
When Alex Jones said they are going to come after our guns, did he appear to you to be, he looked like he was linking the claim of a fake deaths with their coming after our guns, wasn't it?
I understood him to be saying that the Sandy Hook shooting was a hoax, and that hoax was being used to further a gun control agenda.
So you knew his view was about guns?
No.
Did you think that he was saying it was a hoax to further a gun control agenda because he wanted firearms restricted?
I don't know.
You really don't?
I really don't.
Okay. So he might have been saying this like, they're using Sandy Hook as a hoax to come after our guns, and I hope they succeed because guns are dangerous. That might be what he was saying?
I don't know.
Okay, but you didn't draw any inferences.
I couldn't draw any inferences.
Let's look at the rest of the video.
Magically it happens. They are coming, they are coming, they are coming. They've already taken over healthcare, the premiums are doubling, they're bankrupting that. They already shipped GM to China. They are going to gut this country, they're going to shut down the power plants, they're going to bankrupt us, they are re-educating us. Just like we were Ukrainians, and they're Russians. They want us bankrupt. They want the counties and the cities bankrupted and federalized. The feds themselves run by globalists. What does the new magazine say? You can get it by subscribing. You can get 12 issues. Right, well, this man wants your guns. And I break down here, they're declaring war on...
Well, finish. They're declaring war on the Second Amendment.
Amendment, period. They are declaring...
They're declaring war on the Second Amendment, period. At the time, did you have any understanding what the Second Amendment was?
Of course.
I don't think it's been established that Mr. Wheeler saw this part of the clip.
He said he saw the video.
I don't know that I saw the whole video. I don't.
Did you talk to your lawyers in the break while the jury was out? Did you have a conversation with them?
I talk to them all the time.
Did you have a conversation with them during the break while the jury was out?
Yes.
Was anyone other than your lawyers or people associated with their firm present during those discussions? Some who?
Some of the discussions.
No, the conversations today in the hallway during the break or in a conference room. Was anyone other than your lawyers and their staff and other plaintiffs present with you during those discussions?
No.
So you viewed some portion of this tape, and you just can't say that you know what Alex Jones's position on guns were. Is that right? When you viewed it, whatever portion of this you viewed, you just couldn't discern what his position was. Correct?
When everything that seems to come out of his mouth is an obvious lie, I cannot discern what his personal positions are. No.
All right. You have you come to have any comprehension of what Alex Jones's position on guns are in the 6 years that this litigation has been, 4 years that this litigation has been pending?
Not personally, no.
What does that mean?
Oh, his personal.
You've never spoken?
No, I've never spoken to him, so I don't know what his personal position on firearms are.
And you viewed how many videos?
I don't know. How many of his videos have I personally seen?
Correct.
Not counting the 4, 5, 6 times we've seen this one.
Right.
No more than a dozen, all of which would be accurately described as clips relating specifically to my experience.
Has the shooting of your son changed your view regarding gun safety and gun control?
Objection.
Overruled.
Not particularly.
Do you now favor gun, not at all or not particularly? There's a difference.
This is a complicated answer.
I'll take it.
I have always been in favor of responsible firearms ownership. I continue to be in favor of responsible firearms ownership. I'm also in favor of responsible motor vehicle operation and continue.
Talk about cars, sir. So, is it your testimony, sir, that nothing about your son's murder at the Sandy Hook Elementary School by a man with an AR-15 changed your views about guns? Is that your testimony?
What kind of guns? Any guns.
Right.
It did change my view about some guns.
And you have urged Congress to help change gun laws, have you not?
Objection.
I think it's a fair question, whether this witness has urged Congress to change gun laws.
I did in April of 2013 visit Washington and speak to some legislators, yes.
And you accompanied your wife when she addressed the nation on a national forum, urging.
That was objected to. Attorney Pattis, just 1 second, please. And the objection was sustained. And I just want to point this following out to the jury, and I'll do this anytime that's necessary. And I know that you said national forum. This case is not about elections or presidents or presidential elections or politics. So you should keep that in mind. So if you want to start the question over again.
I'll try that. I may have misunderstood the ruling at sidebar. Let me try again.
Well, I think that the accompanying your wife is not going to be permitted, but if.
Did you appear on a national platform where Congress was urged to enact gun safety regulations in April of 2013?
In the presidential address, yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
I want you to explain to the jury why did the Sandy Hook shooting that took the life of your son, what was the weapon that was used in that shooting?
It was a Bushmaster AR-15. I forget the exact model number.
And when you were growing up, did you ever have one of those weapons?
No.
Did you have any experience with firearms?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
My dad had a Remington 22 rifle that we kept in the house. When I turned 10, as he did with my older brother, I was allowed to go out with him and learn how to target shoot and learn how to safely operate the rifle. And then in college, we would put bottles and golf balls on tops of bottles and try to get the golf ball without breaking the bottle.
Did you have any success?
Not much. And then when I was in college, a good friend of mine and I had another friend who was an enthusiast, and we went to a firearms range in Bolinas, California, and spent a day learning how to operate handguns. We had a 45, it was a Sig Sauer, there was a 9mm, and this was one of those ranges where the targets were manipulated, so they would like come out from behind a tree, and it was a drawing of a person, and you had to figure out right away, whether that person was a threat or not, like whether they were carrying a shotgun or like a pair of binoculars or something. And so again, this was all handguns, and this was an active course, so you moved through the course as these things sort of came up from behind barricades and came out from behind trees, and then you had to use the target range that way. So we did that. That was, I think, my junior or senior year in college that I did that.
And is losing a son in this situation, did that change your view on certain types of firearms?
Yes.
Can you just explain to the jury what that did to you?
I didn't understand. I didn't know what a consumer. I didn't know how military-style assault weapons were available to consumers. I didn't know anything about AR-15s. I didn't know anything about that kind of weapon, what is commonly known as a black rifle, or some of those other terms you've heard. I just didn't know anything about them. And when the news came out about the weapon that was used to murder my son and his classmates and teachers, and the specifics of that weapon, and the availability of such a thing, I found it shocking. I was aghast. I couldn't believe it. So, in as much as I had general feelings about rifles, those changed considerably when I learned more about that particular product, that consumer product.
And I think it was brought out that you went to Congress?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and changes in any regulations regarding those particular type of military firearms aren't going to bring your son back.
Of course
not. Why are you
not.
doing it?
Well,
why would you do that?
Because one of the first things I recognized after Ben was murdered was that if this could happen to me in our little town, it could happen to anybody.
And are you proud of making those efforts on behalf?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much.
Attorney Pattis?
So if it could happen to your son in your little town, it could happen to anyone, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of changing the regulation was hopefully to prevent that, correct?
Yes.
The purpose of bringing this suit is to stop Alex Jones unless some other family becomes injured. You heard your lawyers say that in opening statements.
Sustained, and of course, opening statement is not evidence.
Nothing further to it.
You may step down, sir, just watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness.
Yeah, sure. Maybe we should just briefly a sidebar before we do.
Sure, sure.
I'm very confused because my view of
Do we want to let the jury go for another lunch and deal with this?
that's fine, Judge. That's
Does
fine.
that make
That's
more
just,
sense or not?
I
think
think
we're making, it's slow sledding today, but we're not gonna get to Mr. Jones, I think, so we've got time to play with, and if this is gonna, we've got, how many more, 12 plaintiffs to go?
we can let the jury go, Judge. Come back. Can we come back?
We have two more, just, I think we have two more plaintiffs tonight, that's it.
Can we start this and avoid this issue for the next half hour or not?
If you're gonna do direct, I don't really have anything to object to, but
Do you think that maybe makes sense?
No, I think I need to press it because I need to know where I need to bring out on direct because I don't think I understand what just happened here. So,
Okay. Can we delete in 15 minutes and then take our next one? Do we delete the whole half hour? How long are you going to be? Or why don't you go as far as you can? Is that all right? Or would you prefer to just?
I'll go as far as I can.
look, I will agree to whatever attorney as a collegial gesture, so whatever you want to do.
Would you prefer to just start it too and we can deal with it?
No,
now?
I don't want to lose an hour and a half. I don't want to lose an hour and a half. We
That's
can
what I
come
was
back
trying to
tomorrow.
ask.
Okay,
So
fine,
what do you
we'll
want
get
to do? You
started.
want to get started and then let me know when
Sure.
you need a break?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll get started with the next witness, and we are probably going to take a little bit of an earlier lunch today, although we will come back at 2. We're trying to be as efficient as we can.
Thank you, Your Honor, appreciate it. Call Erica Lafferty, please.
All right. Good afternoon. I say it to everybody, just watch your step. I probably say it because I've tripped in the past.
Please remain standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. Thank you. You may be seated. And I just need you to state your name, slowly spelling your last name for the record, and the state and county you live in.
Erica Lafferty, Lafferty, and Litchfield County, Connecticut.
You may inquire whenever you're ready, Attorney Maddie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica, good afternoon. You and I know each other, obviously, we spent a lot of time together.
Yes.
Okay. Just try and keep your voice up a little bit.
Okay.
And we'll go for You know, until we get to a natural stopping point, and then we'll
If
take
you're
a break.
looking for a clock in the back of the courtroom.
I know, I've looked so many times, I can't find it.
Yeah.
I can, kind of,
Is there one up there?
Yeah, it's above the door.
Camouflage.
And it looks like it actually might work.
So we'll just get started, okay? So first, let's start by just having you tell the jury who your mom is.
My mom was the principal of Sandy Hook Elementary, Dawn Lafferty Hochsprung. She had been there since the beginning of the school year in 2010.
Judge, I'm having a hard time hearing the witness.
Okay, so the best you can, Ron, would it help if we moved the microphone up?
She gets a little closer to it. She'll get to the PA.
Okay, that better?
Okay.
You've been sitting back there for a couple days.
Yes,
Not
yes,
quite
this
sure
is
what that
all
was gonna be like, okay.
new.
Your mom is Dawn Lafferty Hochsprung.
Yes,
All right. And you're one of the folks who, along with these other families, have brought this case, yes?
correct.
Erica, tell the jury a little bit about yourself, how old you are, a little bit about your family, and just kind of tell them what we'd like them to know about you.
I actually remember how old I am today. I just had a birthday. I'm 37 now. Usually I am a couple years off on that.
Just a little bit louder, I'm
sure.
sorry.
I have a sister, Christina. She has an amazing husband and 4 perfect children. I have a fiance. He has 3 children as well. And then my grandmother, who, my maternal grandmother, my mom's mom, and that pretty much rounds up the family.
Okay. And you also have some dogs.
A lot of dogs, yes. I have 4 dogs, 4 large dogs.
Okay. And you say you have your sister Christina. You call her Tina.
Yes.
Okay. And how close are you guys in age?
15 months apart. She's 15 months older.
And are you and your sister very close?
I think that's an understatement. Yes, we are very close.
Okay. You said she has 4 kids.
Yes.
Do you have any children?
No.
Okay. And she has 3.
3 boys,
3 boys,
1
okay.
girl. Yeah.
How old's the youngest?
She's 10.
How often do you get to see your nephews and niece?
Not much anymore. I recently moved again, so I'm about 30 minutes away, so it's not as much as I'm used to. I'm used to being right around the corner with kids showing up on bikes.
Okay. All right. And that was just recently you moved?
Yes.
Tell the jury about growing up. Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Litchfield County. Woodbury specifically is where I spent most of my life.
Okay. And when you were growing up, tell us about who was in the house with you. What was that like growing up with your mom and your sister and your grandma?
So as I said, I was raised by a single mom, my sister and I. My grandmother would pop in and out and help because, single mom problems. My mom and my sister had this thing where it was just like always bully the little one. And I felt like they were constantly teaming up on me. And one time they watched this TV show together and they started calling me this crazy nickname, Squish. And I had no idea why until I saw it after and realized that they had in fact been like making fun of me for 2 years. And I just didn't know. And that was just kind of like a typical thing that they did.
But that's the first thing you mentioned. So your nickname was Squish?
Yes.
Did that stick?
For a lot of years, yes.
And so this trio of you, your mom, and your sister, at least when you were young, you felt that they used to team up on you?
Yeah, I mean, they would probably tell it differently, but, I don't know if anybody's ever seen Gilmore Girls. I feel like my mom was like the real life Lorelai Gilmore. She was witty and fast talking and sarcastic and just a very strong presence.
How old was your mom when she had your sister Tina?
I believe she was 18.
Okay. Where did she grow up?
She lived in Pennsylvania until she was 12 and then moved to Naugatuck. And we were there, I believe, until 99, and then moved to Woodbury.
Okay. So your mom, after moving from Pennsylvania, she grew up in Naugatuck?
Yes.
Did your mom have any siblings?
My mom had one brother.
Did she go to like school in Naugatuck?
She did. Yeah, she graduated from Naugatuck High School, actually.
And so when your mom had Tina at 18, and then you 15 months later, were you guys living on your own, or were you with your
she was married to my dad for a short period of time, and when they divorced, we moved in with my grandparents, also in Naugatuck.
Okay, all right. So your mom would have been around 1920 at the time?
Time of the divorce, probably 22, maybe.
Did your mom have any plans to go to college? I mean, I know you were very young, but obviously this is family stuff.
Yeah, it was a big thing. My mom had been accepted to Penn State, which is where my grandfather went. Obviously she ended up having my sister and didn't go to Penn State, so it was like this ongoing half-joke battle in the family about her choosing to not go to Penn State, and she did attend state colleges in Connecticut. She went to Central and Southern.
Did you do that when you guys were young?
Yes. I remember my grandmother and grandfather having to pick us up from dance classes because my mom was in night school, on top of working, on top of having two girls. But I vividly remember being at her college graduation when she got her undergrad.
Okay. How old would you have been at that time?
6 or 7, maybe.
Okay. What did your mom do for work before she got her undergrad?
I know in high school, she worked at McDonald's. That was her first job, and she was very proud that she was able to memorize the entire menu, in 20 minutes of her first shift. And
an overachiever.
Oh yeah, obviously that passed down to my sister. And the only other job outside of teaching that I can recall is she worked at a jewelry store. I know it was over the holiday period because she was an amazing gift wrapper, and that carried on, and then the whole Christmas gift perfection wrapping became a whole big thing in the family.
Was she in education while she was working her way through undergrad, or was that something that she started after undergrad?
I was so young. I think the first thing I remember was her student teaching job.
Okay, all right, which would have been right after college.
Yeah.
All right. Why don't we pull up 319? Should already be in.
It is a full exhibit.
Okay.
Agreed.
So obviously we see Squish in this picture, and then who else do we see here?
My mom in the center and Tina on the right.
Do you know when about this might have been taken?
10-10-10, actually. It was at my great uncle's wedding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you said that your mom, you remember going to her graduation, she started doing her student teaching. Did you ever talk to your mom about why she got into teaching?
I never felt the need to, because I would say that anyone that spent more than 5 minutes with her knew that that's what she was born to do. She was always explaining and teaching and reading, and she loved kids more than life itself. So it was just a natural fit.
And once your mom finished her student teaching and started teaching, did she pursue advanced education beyond that?
She did. She went to Southern for grad school in her 6th year. And then at the time of her murder, she was actually back in school. She was at Sage University pursuing an accelerated degree for her doctorate in education.
So she started pursuing her master's
at Southern.
At Southern, and that's why you and your sister were also still young, I take it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, and she was also working, and she was pursuing her master's at night?
With kids, yes.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. It sounds like that must have been a very busy time.
Yeah, I feel like she had more hours in the day than a normal human.
Than a normal human?
Yes.
Was your mom an energetic person?
Yes, very.
Okay. And during this time period when you and your sister growing up and your mom's put herself through school and teaching, what types of activities would you all do together as a family? And you specifically, like what were you involved in?
I played softball when it wasn't softball season. I was in winter training. I was on travel teams. I remember her being definitely at every single game, and I would say that she probably almost never, if ever, missed a practice. Definitely on the bleachers doing homework, but she was absolutely there and loud.
Was your mom an athlete as well?
She was. She was at Naugatuck High School. She was the captain of the swim team, and she also ran track.
Okay. And you told me actually a story last night about the track team.
Yes.
That was interesting, and I thought it said a lot about your mom. Can you tell the jury that?
Yeah, I feel like this really speaks to her personality continuing through her entire life. As I said, she moved to Naugatuck when she was 12. And she wanted to run track in high school. So she just signed up for tryouts. But at that time, Naugatuck High School did not have a girls' track team. So she was like, okay, I'll try out for boys' track. And the track coach, I don't know, I know he was also my gym teacher at one point, so I'm not sure. I believe he was the coach there. Wasn't a fan of that idea. And my mom and my grandfather actually petitioned the state or whatever needed to happen to start a girls' track team so that my mom was then able to run girls' track.
So she started the girls, because of her, the girls' track team
Correct.
started at Naugatuck High
Yes,
School.
yes.
And the girls still run track at Naugatuck High School?
Absolutely.
So your mom sounds like a tough lady.
Yes.
Okay. Was that true around the house as well?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that?
She was very, she didn't yell much. There wasn't many times that I can remember her raising her voice, but she would talk to you in this very low principal tone. It's like the lower her voice got, the more trouble you were in. So it wasn't a very loud house on her account. Tina and I were a bit of a different situation. But she was firm, right? She wanted us to have good grades and be, good athletes and just be focused on, what we commit to. That was very important to her for us to follow through. And it wasn't just with us. She was firm with friends as well. If a friend.
Your friends?
Yes. Yes, if a friend swore at my house, I remember one time she grounded him from my house, and we had this big porch, and he would have to sit on the curb across the street, as his punishment.
She grounded somebody else's?
Yes, someone else's child.
You mentioned that she was VGN's principal voice, and she started as a teacher.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point she went into administration.
Yeah. I don't think it was entirely by choice. I know she didn't like it. Her heart was in the classroom. Her heart was with kids always. But she was a single mom on a teacher's salary, which wasn't working out well. So then she, ultimately made the decision to go into administration, and wasn't a fan.
Well, where was her, if you remember, where was her first job as a principal?
She was the assistant principal at first Rogers Park in Danbury, which is a middle school there, and then Danbury High School.
Okay. And she was the assistant principal at Danbury High?
Correct, at both places.
And what about head principal?
Her first job as head principal was Region 14. She started off at Bethlehem Elementary, and then there was a reconfiguration in the district, and she was moved to the elementary school in Woodbury, which is Mitchell Elementary.
Okay. And then from there, I think you mentioned earlier in 2010, she was hired at Sandy Hook Elementary School?
She was.
As a principal?
Yes.
Was she excited about that?
She was. There was, as I mentioned, the reconfiguration of the school district that she had been in prior. There was a lot of internal things that she just wasn't a fan of. So when she was able to move to the Sandy Hook district, she was absolutely elated. I think she actually used dream job at one point.
And that was in 2010.
2010.
Your Honor, how about now? Is that
I
okay?
think that's a fine idea, so we will let the jury go for a little bit of a longer lunch. We'll stay on the record and deal with some legal issues. Ron will collect your notebooks. I just want you to be very careful if you are going out and enjoying the nice weather while we have this nice weather, that you make sure when you are near the courthouse that you avoid any of the parties, any of the lawyers, any of the media. Steer clear, all right? You certainly don't want to see or hear anything that you shouldn't see or hear. And I did neglect to mention this morning that I have not received any notes from Mr. Ferraro, so I'll mention that now, but I will extend this invitation as often as I can remember in the morning. Please make sure that if you observe any juror conduct that you think is a problem, or you personally were unable to avoid any media coverage or media or anything along those lines, that you follow the procedure that we laid out by giving Mr. Ferraro a written note so that I can address it on the record. All right, having said that, I hope everyone has a wonderful lunch, and we will see you all for a 2 o'clock start.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can step down. All right, so do we want to address what we need to address now?
I'd like to, Your Honor. It's okay. So at sidebar, I asked for sidebar because I was confused by the cross-examination of Mr. Wheeler. Because it seemed to me that when he was asked direct questions about whether he was aware of Alex Jones's views on guns, he said quite clearly, no, I don't know what his views are on guns. Attorney Pattis tried to impeach him on that by suggesting that you must know, having watched this video, what his views are on guns. And my recollection of testimony is that David Wheeler essentially said, I don't know what he believes about guns.
So I don't recall whether there was an objection, but maybe if it's an objectionable question, because I thought it was a little confusing too, whether it wasn't clear personal views that he might hold versus what he says on his show as his stated views. So is that what you're?
That is a distinction that was happening, but the way I was interpreting the testimony initially was like he was just saying, I don't know what his views are on guns. And I expect that many of our plaintiffs are going to say that because it's true, despite the chuckle. And I think that if for Attorney Pattis to then say to them anyway, okay, you don't know what Mr. Jones's views are on guns, but didn't you speak to Congress? And the reason I'm raising this is because the only way that the jury could infer any sort of bias based on Mr. Jones's gun views and therefore exaggerate their damages is if they know what his views are. Once the testimony is... Can I just
interrupt you for a second? Attorney Pattis, is there any way that you're willing to ask your question along the lines of what they understood what he said on his show about guns?
Sure.
And that might, because what he said on his show may not actually reflect what he personally believes.
If that's a distinction that matters to the court, fine. I think it's a distinction without difference in general. But to address Attorney Maddie's point, it's for the jury to determine just how credible that was. If a reasonable person could look at that video and not know, even now, and say, I don't know, I can't infer.
I disagree with you, Attorney Pattis, because I think that it is sort of confusing. There's what he says on his show versus what his views are, and we don't know if what he says on his show are really his true personal views, and I think that's where the confusion lies. And I understand I understand what your inquiry is, I just think that it would avoid the problem if the testimony was elicited, you know, what they understood that he said his views were, his stated views.
I hear Attorney Maddie saying more. I hear Attorney Maddie saying that given the testimony, there was no right to make the inquiry as to his views versus what he stated, because the witness claimed he had no views as to Alex's utterances as to guns and what they meant, whether they were his
Well, I think that is
personal
for the
views.
jury. I think that is for the jury to decide. They see the video, and whether they accept or reject the testimony, that's going to be up to the jury.
Fair enough. If he impeaches, so now we're talking about impeachment on the issue of, do you know what his views are, okay? But Attorney Pattis is stuck with the answer as to whether they know what his views are. He can impeach him. Oh, that's not credible. You must know what his views are. You've been aware of him for all these years. You're saying that's appropriate, fine. But if they've said, I don't know what his views are, he does not then have a basis to say, and then you've done this and this and this in gun activism, because there's no basis for the jury at this point to say, he must be biased against Mr. Jones because of his gun views, when the testimony is, I don't know what his views are.
Well, that's the testimony, but there's also testimony that the witness saw the videos. So I understand what you're saying. Or is there anything we can do to avoid this problem with each witness? What I do want to avoid, I don't, you know.
Let me talk to Attorney Manny. I think Attorney Manny and I may be closer to agreeing than you perceive. And I don't think that's not a criticism of the court. I think it's time for lunch, but let me talk to Attorney Manny. I think I understand what you're saying.
All right, it would be nice to work the kinks out so that we don't have to do this every time. But the other thing is, I allowed the questions on, you know, the positions on gun control, that I don't think that we need to talk about the Second Amendment, the First Amendment. I want to steer, this is a hearing and damages. I don't want to hear about the Second Amendment, First Amendment, presidents, elections.
I played the video, which was the plaintiff's exhibit, which is referring to them, which is referring to Obama, which is referring to the Second Amendment. They're stuck with the law of the case, as are you.
I assume what you're referring to is Mr. Pattis's last question, which he knew was objectionable, so he saved it for the last, where he basically said, and now you're trying to stop Alex Jones, which is exactly what he said in his opening, which is exactly what we've been warning about.
No, it's exactly what they said in the opening.
Well, I don't listen. The opening is not evidence. I'm not going to say it again. To take it and put it out of your mind, and I'm going to rule on the issues in the case based on the evidence that is permissible. So what was said during the openings that was objected to, not objected to, it doesn't matter.
Attorney Manny, I didn't intend to bring that up, but when Attorney Koskoff stood up and said, you testified to stop this from happening again, that was an exact parallel. And I think in terms of his bias as to testifying today, it was fair game.
I just don't, it's quite clear, and look, Attorney Pattis is an advocate, and I get it, but it is quite clear that what Attorney Pattis wants the jury to believe is that this is an effort to silence Alex Jones, silence him on the First Amendment, silence him on the Second Amendment, which is exactly the stuff that Mr. Jones says on his show every day, and he's looking for every opportunity to do it. And as long as we are allowing this type of stuff, he's going to continue to do it as his dismount for every witness.
All right, so
I don't know about that, but I don't know about that, but I mean, I presume some thought went into the presentation of the evidence by the plaintiffs, and they selected their exhibits knowing they'd have to live with the consequences of what they offered. When I argue within the four corners of an exhibit that's been presented in this courtroom, how does it become irrelevant? It becomes irrelevant because it hurts. It becomes irrelevant in the same way.
No, Attorney Pattis, that's enough. But here's what I'm going to tell you. Don't talk over me. Again.
Yes, ma'am.
There is reference to Trump in these exhibits, as I recall. Megyn Kelly, are there references to Clinton? Presidential elections, Second Amendment, doesn't matter. All right, I'm ruling the way that I'm ruling, and so I don't want to hear about presidents, presidential elections, Second Amendment. You want to question them about their views on gun, do it in a way that you're not inflammatory about it.
I'll just take a standing exception.
I understand that the record reflects it. We don't need to do it every time, but that's how it's going to be, like it or not. All right, anything further?
Nothing for the minute.
All right, so we'll start back at 2 p.m.
All right.
Ron, I'll talk to the marshal now. Okay.
grandmother was living in Waterbury. In 2011, she retired and moved up to family property in the Adirondacks. So my mom was also helping to like kind of rehab her house, or my grandma's house, build her own house. So we were up there a ton.
Was the idea that your grandma was going to retire up there and your mom would have a place right near her?
Literally right next door. Yeah, my grandmother broke off a piece of her land and gave it to my mom to build a house big enough to house our large family.
Okay. And you went to, did you say that you went to high school at Woodbury? In Woodbury?
Yes, I transferred from Naugatuck High School to Nanawag.
To where now?
Nanawag in Woodbury.
Nanawag, okay. And then after Nanawag, did you pursue any post-secondary education?
I went to Naugatuck Valley, graduated with an associate's in legal studies, but my primary focus was always work.
Okay. And in 2010, now, this is when your mom took the job at Sandy Hook, were you and she living together?
She called me her basement dweller because I was 27 and still kind of in and out, like, oh, I'm going to go live with a friend, but I miss my mommy and I want to come back home. So I had a bedroom in her house from birth to the time I was 27.
Okay. 27, this is now moving.
2012, yeah. I officially like told her, okay, you can eliminate my bedroom in the end of July, right before the shooting.
Okay. So July 2012, you finally moved out.
At 27, yes, I'm going to own that.
I take it though that even though you moved out, I mean, you can't fully, well, I guess my wife would say cut those apron strings.
Yeah.
So did you continue to kind of see your mom a lot?
I was up, at that point she was spending at least every Saturday, Sunday. Sometimes she would go up on Friday after work, take a Friday off and take a long weekend because her house was, in the final stages of being built. So I was with her every single weekend, usually saw her at my sister's house at least once a week, or I would be driving to her house like, hey, can you feed me? I can't cook.
Did she like that? Did she not like that?
I mean, I think she had a love-hate relationship with it. But yeah, sometimes she would kick me out and send me to my sister's, like, let her feed you. She's doing the things anyway.
Okay. And so coming up on the 2012 school year, were you and your mom discussing what she was hoping for out of that 2012 school year at St. Joe?
Back to school was her favorite time of year. She was always excited to meet the kindergarten class. She was excited to watch teachers set up their classrooms. She was excited to reorganize her office, even though she never really made any major changes, but like new pens excited her because that's just the kind of person that she was. But in the 2012 to 13 school year, she was actually planning a trip to China. My understanding is that it was some kind of like teaching exchange situation that some of the teachers in Newtown were going to participate in. And as soon as she heard about it, she was like, yes, I am so in for this trip to China.
And did you become aware that at the beginning of that school year, your mom decided to start a Twitter account related to Sandy Hook Elementary School?
She did. She was very active on Twitter, for sure.
And we have, by the way, is that Twitter account still public and available?
It is, yes.
Why don't we pull some of that up? Let's start with exhibit. I think these are in, correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Farrell, 440 through 445. They're in.
Yes, they're
Okay. And I also have 447 through 450.
Yes.
Great. So why don't we start just at 440 if you have it. And we can blow it up and see if everybody can see here. Okay, so Erica, this looks like Twitter tweet, I guess, from your mom's account on September 24th, 2012.
Yeah.
What are we seeing here?
That's like the courtyard, at the Sandy Hook school, looks like is that parents?
Parents
Parents
ensuring
ensuring-
another great learning. You might have it right in front of you if it's easier, so you don't have to.
Yeah.
Parents ensuring another great learning space at Sandy Hook.
They have the parents coming to, I don't know. That's kind of cool. But yeah, that's the courtyard.
Is this the kind of thing that your mom would tweet out to kind of let the community know what was happening?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to 441. And I take it that you'd spent a fair amount of time at the school itself visiting your mom, yeah?
All of her schools always, yes.
Okay. So let's pull this one up. Okay, so the date on this one, Eric, is October 17th, 2012, so maybe 3 weeks later.
Yes.
And safety first at Sandy Hook. It's a beautiful day for our annual evacuation drill. See that?
Yeah. I'm like reading it in her like little sing-song voice.
In your mom's voice, as if she was saying it. So this is just a fire drill, right?
Yep.
Let's go to the next one. Let's go to, I guess, 442. Okay, October 18th, next day, Sandy Hook and Education Connection celebrate fall. Do you know what this is about?
I don't.
Okay. Oh, it's like the cafeteria, maybe? Kids getting together in the cafeteria?
It does, yeah. I recognize some of the teachers.
Okay, let's go to the next one. November 12th, 2012, Sandy Hook says thank you at our annual Veterans Day breakfast. Do you remember talking to your mom about this?
I remember that morning she was not happy that she had to eat 2 breakfasts because her husband always wanted to have breakfast with her, and she was like, no, I have one at school. So it was like a big thing.
Okay.
So she had to like pretend to eat a little bit at home so that she can have the good stuff at the Veterans Day breakfast.
Okay.
And just for the record, that's Exhibit 444.
Yes, thank you. And let's advance to 445, please. I want to show you this one. November 14th, Sandy Hook staff raises money for Adopt a Family. Do you remember this?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention. Young woman in the center here. Do you recognize who that is?
I do. That's Victoria Soto.
In the brown sweater there.
Yes.
And Miss Soto's family are among the families that have brought this case as well, right?
Correct.
And Miss Soto was murdered at Sandy Hook School.
She was.
Okay. Why don't we go to 447? Okay. This is November 16th. The Sandy Hook Book Fairy reads with first graders, keeping books in our hearts and our minds. This is first graders learning to read with a fairy princess inside.
It is the Book Fairy.
Book Fairy. Thank you. Is that also in the courtyard that we saw earlier?
It is.
Go to 448. More first graders. Sandy Hook first graders learn about the 3 A's of concert behavior: attention, appreciation, and applause. Is that right?
Yes.
Kids are getting ready for the holiday concert.
Yes.
Let's go to the next one. 449. And here we are at the concert. Sandy Hook students enjoy the rehearsal of our 4th grade winter concert. Talented group led by Mary Rose Christopic. Yeah?
Yes.
Do you remember this concert? Your mom talking about it, or did you go?
I remember that she borrowed a red scarf from the librarian to wear with a gold sweater dress that she lost the belt for, and she wanted something to accent her sweater dress. So she borrowed a red scarf from the librarian, which she then returned the morning of December 14th.
And this is 2 days before.
Yes.
Let's go to the next photo. This will be 450. This is December 13th, 2012. Setting up for the Sandy Hook nonfiction book preview for staff. Common Core, here we come. I see you smiling there. Is that because your mom was talking about Common Core?
A lot.
Okay.
Yeah, she had a love-hate relationship with changing math.
There were some curriculum changes that were kind of happening around this time.
Yes,
right?
yes. And she was trying to be excited about it for her staff, but was having some personal struggles with the concept of it. And she had a kid who was horrible with math, so that would be me.
And your mom's Twitter account, which is Dawn Hotsprung, that's just her name, right?
Part of it.
And that was, because you refer to it as Dawn Lafferty Hotsprung, right?
Her legal name was Dawn Lafferty Hochsprung.
Okay. These pictures were up for everybody to see, all following and right up until the day of the shooting, right?
They're still available.
They're still there.
Correct.
Every day.
Yes.
This was just a regular school, right?
Yes.
Kids coming every day.
Yes.
It was open.
Objection leading, Judge.
Was it open?
It was absolutely open. I was there and helped decorate.
Was it a toxic waste dump?
Not by any means.
Fact, did you know who the school custodian was?
Both of them, yes.
What were their names?
Kevin Anzelotti was the lead custodian, and then Rick, whose last name I can't recall. But they took great pride in the school and were there in minutes, absolute minutes, with any request that my mom had, or probably any teacher.
Did your mom love those guys?
More than anything.
Juries heard video of Alex Jones calling this school a cutout. Stage. Was it a stage?
No, it was an elementary school.
Eric, I'm not going to ask you to go into the morning of December 14th, 2012, reading that day.
Okay.
You were here for Bill Waldemar's testimony, yes?
Yes.
Carly Soto's testimony.
Yes.
It's the worst day of your life, wasn't it?
Without a doubt.
At some point, did you learn about your mom's last moments?
I did. She was shot and killed confronting the gunman.
You learned that from investigators?
Yes.
Did you learn anything about, before that terrible moment, whether your mom had interacted with Vicky Soto earlier that morning?
It's going to be hearsay, Judge.
I'm offering it to show the impact on Ms. Lafferty and the impact of Mr. Jones's subsequent denials of her mother's existence.
Compound.
Overruled.
That morning, I was told by some of the faculty members that Vicky had come into the office later than usual, but by any normal standards, on time, but just not on time for who Vicky and Dawn were. And she had spilled coffee on her sweater. And my mom was, of course, laughing at her because that's what Dawn did, and helped her to, clean the coffee off of her sweater, because I think there were parents that were supposed to be going into Vicky's classroom that day. And she was, obviously embarrassed that she had spilled coffee on herself. So my mom was helping to remedy that situation.
The fact that your mom was killed confronting the gunman as he entered the school, has it become important to you in your memory and your understanding of who your mother was?
It's probably one of the most important things I know about her.
Has that been a source of pride for you, even as you grieve the loss of your mother?
Absolutely. I was very angry for a while because I was told that she had identified noises that she heard to be gunshots and decided to go out into the hallway anyway. But I can feel nothing but pride about that now because it's just who she was. She would have done anything, did do everything in her power to protect her staff and most importantly, her students. She acted no differently as she would if it was my sister and I in that school.
Erica, I want you to in the days and weeks after the shooting, I want to focus you now on why we're here. Did there come a point where you started to realize that something was happening? That is, that there were people who were claiming that the shooting hadn't happened, that it was fake?
Yes, I don't recall specifically when, but within weeks, I know that I was being tagged on Facebook and Twitter. I was getting direct messages on Facebook and Twitter. Sometimes it was my friends saying, here's this article that's saying Sandy Hook is fake, and they were like, no, this is her daughter, and they would tag me in it, or it would be a message on Twitter just telling me that I'm part of a conspiracy, and it was very frequent and very, very early on.
So let me ask you, because you said that somebody would tag you. I think Carly may have talked about this a little bit, but what is that? How would you know somebody had tagged you? How does that work?
I think now you just type the person's name and it gives you an option of your friends that you can select, and the majority of the time it was on a news article.
So back up a second. So how do you find out that somebody has tagged you? Do you get an alert?
It gives it a notification on my phone.
So you had a Facebook account yourself.
Correct.
And Facebook would alert you that somebody had tagged you.
Correct.
Meaning that they had kind of put your name next to another piece of content.
Yes.
And then when you were tagged in these things is when you were starting to see this stuff saying that Sandy Hook was fake?
Yeah, hoax, a conspiracy, actors.
And you said that your friends what would your friends be doing?
I think they were trying to help by just saying this wasn't fake, Erica Lafferty, this is her daughter, and they would basically insert me into the conversation or the comment section.
So, what's your reactions when you're seeing this? I mean, had you ever heard anything like this before?
Absolutely not.
So when you're seeing this, you just lost your mom, what's going through your head about how to deal with this?
How to deal with it? I couldn't process the idea of it in general, so having to deal with it wasn't a thought.
Explain to the jury the volume so you were on Facebook and you were on Twitter.
Yes.
Did you have an email account as well?
Yes.
So just you said this started within a matter of weeks?
Correct.
just explain to the jury, like, once this stuff started, how much was it? Like, what's the volume we're talking about?
Daily, for sure. Multiple times daily as time went on. Over time, I wouldn't even know where to begin to estimate a number.
You mentioned that at the outset, it was stuff like, this is fake, you're an actress, it's a hoax. Describe for the jury like other types of, when it first started, was that the general type of stuff you were getting?
Yes, it was pretty generic at the beginning. And then as time went on, it got more specific and a lot more scary. Things would be mailed to my house. There were, threats of rape and...
Wait a second. You were receiving threats from people saying they were going to rape you?
Correct.
Is this online?
Yes.
Was this kind of thing like frequent? That type of graphic, violent stuff?
Not as frequent as the hoax and conspiracy and actress situation, but the letters to my house, the random death or rape threats would come in. I attempted to report it to the police department in the town that I lived in, and I was just told that it wasn't specific enough, or they couldn't track it, or the post had been deleted or taken down, or the account was deleted, and there was just no way possible to keep up or do anything.
So just to orient the jury to the time frame, are we talking about this is like within the first 6 months, say, of 2013 that this is happening, where it's going from the hoaxer to the more violent stuff?
I'd say between 2013 to 2014.
Did there come a time when you learned of a gentleman named Alex Jones?
Yes. It was either the end of March or early April of 2013.
You remember where you were when that happened?
Yes, I was at a restaurant with a colleague. I was tagged on a video on Facebook. I opened it. My phone automatically played the videos when I opened Facebook, and I don't recall exactly what video it was, but it was just saying that Sandy Hook was fake. And the most loud and aggressive voice was just booming out of my phone, and I shut it down within seconds and was like, I'm with colleagues, I can't do this right now.
Alex Jones' voice just started booming out of your phone.
I didn't know it to be Alex Jones at the time. I did see InfoWars.com on the video. I then learned that it was Alex Jones.
At that point, did you do anything? Would you point to this? After you pulled this video up on your phone, you said you didn't know who it was at the time, right? You just knew you were just
correct. Yeah, in the couple of seconds that I watched the video, I did not know it to be Alex Jones at that time.
You hadn't heard as far as you know, had you heard his name before?
Never, no.
And so, but you did see the InfoWars.com thing associated with the video?
Yes, and I took a screenshot of that because I was like, I'll deal with it later.
And did you try to deal with it later?
I went to InfoWars.com either later that night or the following morning, and the first thing that I saw was something about a Sandy Hook, I don't know if it was actors or conspiracy or hoax or what the words were, and I was just like, it was just too much. It was just too much, and I wasn't in a place where I could deal with that.
You just X'd out of it.
Yeah.
You talked about receiving letters at your home.
Yes.
What were these letters about?
Objection Foundation hearsay.
Did you read them?
I don't recall the specifics, but yes, I did read them. The only thing I remember
Foundation hearsay, best evidence.
These are being offered. If Ms. Lafferty reviewed them.
Sustained. I'm sorry, overruled.
Thank you, Judge.
The only specific thing that I remember was the common theme of the return address that was AR 15, and 15 was spelled incorrectly. And it was mailed from, I don't know what town in California.
So you were getting repeated letters from this supposed return address.
I would assume that it was the same person based on the fact that 15 was consistently spelled incorrectly.
And were these letters more of the same? Actress, hoax, Sandy Hook didn't happen?
Yes, that I should die and then be buried next to my fake dead mother. However, that's possible.
These letters actually said that?
Yes, fake dead mother.
During the 2013 timeframe, did your sister Tina decide that she wanted to start a charity in your mother's name?
I think that it may have been earlier than that, but it was very shortly after the shooting. She started the Don Lafferty Hochsprung Memorial Fund.
And what was her idea on that?
A way to honor my mom. The premise of the foundation is to, we've done a ton of fundraisers and raised money, and we give a scholarship away each year to a Naugatuck High School student, because that's where my mom went, who is looking to pursue a career in education, someone who has Dawn-like qualities.
And are you guys still doing that, giving out scholarships
Every year.
to a Naugatuck senior?
Every year.
And when Tina first started this, I take it there was a Facebook page that people could go to learn about the charity.
Correct. I started, I don't remember how specifically, but I started a page on Facebook, the Don Lafferty Hochsprung Memorial Fund, and it gave a little write-up of who my mom was and why we were raising the money, who the money would go to, and a little bit about the Dawn-like qualities of, the students who would be eligible to receive the scholarship award.
What happened to that Facebook page?
It was up for a couple of months because there were an influx of comments on every post and an influx of messages that would come into it telling me that I am lying, I'm, raising money off of a scam, like I'm scamming people out of money. My mom never existed, Sandy Hook never happened, and it was just too much for me to try to deal with, and I had to take the page down.
Did you ever try, Erica, to, a lot of this is happening online. Did you ever try to engage with any of these people who were coming after you?
I did, many times. And
why?
For 27 years of my life, that woman was my best friend. And for people to tell me that she didn't exist, how do you just let that happen? And I would engage with them, I would send them pictures. And then the volume was just so great that I couldn't keep up with it. And it was just swallowing me whole.
You would send them pictures of your mom to prove to them she's...
Pictures when, me and her when I was little, or her holding one of my sister's kids when they were born, or picture of my mom and my sister at my sister's wedding because I didn't get to have one of those.
You said at some point you just stopped crying.
Yes. There was too many of them and only one of me.
These letters you got and the online threats you got, what did that cause you to fear for your own safety? I mean, did you worry about how these people got your address, and like, what did you do about all that?
I installed home security systems. I got more dogs. Stopped really going out around town. I didn't really go to grocery stores. I would have groceries delivered. Amazon became my best friend so that I didn't have to go to like a Target or something.
Do you still look this way?
Yes.
Have you been confronted in person by people who claim that you're an actress and that your mother never lived?
Yes. Starting just a couple of weeks after the shooting.
Here in Connecticut?
Correct. In my hometown.
Woodbury?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I was on my way to a birthday party. I think it was early 2014. I was at a gas station. And
so this is a different one, not right after. This is
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm flustered. This is just after the 2-year anniversary. I was on my way to a birthday party, and I was at a gas station, and somebody just walked out and pointed and was like, "You're part of that Sandy Hook hoax." Or, yeah, I think it was that Sandy Hook hoax. There was another time in a grocery store where I walked by and somebody would just, kind of like say on the side, like, "Oh, crisis actress, like, how do you feel comfortable going out in public when places that you know and trust and have been going for years? You never know who's going to say what. Like, how do you trust anything? How do you trust your safety? How do you trust your security? How do you know that this isn't one of the people who's sending a threat to your house or a threat to my Twitter account?"
How many times have you moved since the shooting?
I've lived in 6 different places, and it's been 5 moves.
Why?
Mostly so that people don't know where I am.
Because you're where you'll find me.
Yes.
What other steps have you taken to protect your identity?
When I travel, primarily for work, I'll use an alias if I have to order an Uber or some sort of car service. Use a different name when I check into hotels.
You testified that one of the reasons, at least for a time, you tried to engage these people I'm paraphrasing, but what I understood you to be saying is that you didn't want this idea that your mother didn't exist to be uncontested.
Correct.
Did you have concerns about what your nephews and niece might see as they grew older about their grandma?
Very much. I think it's safe to say that we're living in a world where information is widely available online. And my sister has 4 kids. Her youngest was only 6 months old when my mom was killed. There's going to come a time where Allison's going to want to know about grandma outside of the stories we tell her. I wanted to make sure I was at least taking steps to make sure the first thing that came up when she Googled her grandmother's name wasn't that she never existed. Because those kids deserve better than that.
Is this still happening to you?
Yes.
Your mom was very real, wasn't she?
Yes.
And you're very real.
Yes.
Attorney Dias?
Thank you. Is it a moment for this letter?
I'm fine, thank you.
We never met directly, have we?
No.
I think I attended a deposition and somebody took up your beat on of you in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That was Mr. Wolden.
It was.
You need help with that?
No, long arms.
Where do you work?
I work for Everytown for Gun Safety.
Everytown, and that's out of New York?
Yes.
And you have a grassroots organization as well?
Correct.
And that grassroots organization was founded by a woman named Shannon Watts?
Correct.
And she's someone from Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, correct?
Correct.
You weren't working for that group before the death of your mother?
It didn't exist before the death of my mother.
Was it formed because of the Sandy Hook shootings?
Everytown for Gun Safety or Moms Demand Action?
First one, let's do Everytown for Gun Safety.
No, I wouldn't say that it was formed because of
Do you know
the
who
Sandy Hook shooting.
funded it initially? Was that Michael Bloomberg,
He's one of the funders, yes.
former mayor of New York?
Correct.
And then Moms for Gun Safety, was that?
Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety in America. Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety in America?
Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety in America, was that founded in the wake of Sandy Hook?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any interest in gun regulation prior to the death of your mother, or gun control, gun safety?
I didn't really have any views on firearms.
Did the death of your mother change those views?
It formed views
What views did it form?
that there should be some sort of safety and security measures in place further than what I understood them to be at the time.
Do you have any idea what's wrong? When did you first learn about Alex Jones?
I believe it was the end of March or early April 2013.
So shortly after your mother's death?
Correct.
And I believe you said this is when you became aware of him because others had alerted you to what was going on?
I was being tagged in posts about the hoax.
At any point since that point, the moment that you first learned the name Alex Jones, have you come to understand that he has a viewpoint, that he articulates a viewpoint on guns?
Not until I sat in this courtroom last week.
So is it your testimony, ma'am, that until you came into this courtroom, you didn't know that Alex Jones had a position?
I never watched his videos or read anything that he wrote outside of the couple of seconds that I testified to earlier.
Did he ever mention your name? Do you know?
I wouldn't know. I never watched any of his videos.
I didn't ask you whether you watched his name. I'm asking you, do you know? Has he ever mentioned his name?
I wouldn't know.
She said she wouldn't know.
No, she answered a different question. Has he ever mentioned your name?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't you want to find out before you sued him?
Sustained.
Did you read the complaint that was filed in this case before it was filed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. This is a hearing and damages.
Understood. And how many people sued Alex Jones with?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How many plaintiffs are there in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
We'll have a sidebar.
I'll withdraw and move on, Judge. You
And
didn't
I'll
sue-
just mention.
Objection.
Excuse me. I'll just mention to the jury that we heard another political name a few minutes ago, and I'll just remind you that this case is not about politics. It's a hearing and damages.
What year did you sue Alex Jones in?
Objection, Your Honor. None of this is relevant.
I'll have to see counsel on the sidebar. This
is a hearing on damages.
Motive is never collateral.
The issue, the only thing you're considering here is the extent of the damages.
Motive is never collateral and interest in the outcome. She's working for a group that
Well,
is.
then inquire about
I did.
her gun positions, but when liability is established.
Motive is, I mean, the record is what it is. The law of the case is clear.
I don't know. Oh, I thought you were. Well, wait a second. Your Honor, hold on. Your Honor. Okay. She has now said several times in response to questions, she doesn't know what Alex Jones' views on guns are. That makes her views irrelevant to the question of whether she's biased against Alex Jones. So there shouldn't be any further questions about this.
I think you have a little bit of it, because they can choose to believe it or not. Right?
No, I don't think so. They can't.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. I apologize.
The only question here is, can a reasonable jury infer that she's exaggerating her damages as a way to get back at Alex Jones about his gun use? She's now said she doesn't know about his gun use.
No, that's not what she said.
There can be no reasonable inference.
That's not what she said. What she said is until she said in this courtroom and saw things, and she's testifying in this courtroom. I think I get to show her 1E and ask her.
I think you have a little bit of it.
John, or 1E.
Need to have it up on the screen.
What exhibit is this?
1E, Judge. Ma'am, do you have a screen? I don't know which one you're looking at. There's one next to you. Look at any one you like. You've seen this video in this trial, correct?
A portion of it, yes.
Have you ever seen it before? Before this trial?
No, I have not.
Can you play it, John?
They have hit the ground running in a build-up, and I said, this is the attack. Look, people got to find the clips the last 2 months. I said, they are launching attacks. They're getting ready. I can see them warming up with Obama. They've got a bigger majority in the Congress now, in the Senate. They are going to come after our guns, look for mass shootings. And then magically it happens. They are coming. They are coming. They are coming. They've already taken over healthcare. The premiums are doubling. They're bankrupting that. They're already shipped GM to China. They are going to gut this country. They're going to shut down the power plants. They're going to bankrupt us. They are re-educating us. Just like we were Ukrainians, and they're Russians. They want us bankrupt. They want the counties and the cities bankrupted and federalized. The feds themselves run by globalists. What does the new magazine say? You can get it by subscribing. You can get 12 issues. Great way. This man wants your guns. And I break down here, they're declaring war on the Second Amendment, period. They are...
Never heard anything like that before until you came into this trial, correct?
Objection has been answered.
You can answer it.
That's correct.
And as you sit here today, you don't know what Mr. Jones's positions are about guns, correct?
I don't believe I said that. I don't believe I said that.
Do you know now?
Having watched this, it sounds like he thinks that the man on that magazine was coming for his gun.
Who was the man on that magazine?
President Obama.
And I'll just remind the jury again that this case is not about presidents, presidential elections, politics. This is a hearing on damages where you are tasked with determining the amount of damages to be awarded.
And you've worked for every town for gun safety for 7 years now?
It will be 9 next month.
And you never knew what Alex Jones' position is on guns, correct?
Correct.
Until this trial.
That's correct.
Redirect?
Yes. Let's play clip 1C. Same video.
Okay.
scope, Judge? I don't know.
It's the same video.
Jackson was researching drills at the school and just found, linked in a Time magazine article, a school Twitter photo of the little kids lined up just a few months ago.
School Twitter photo of the kids lined up just a few months ago. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Did we see that photo earlier?
Scope, Judge?
Same video, Your Honor.
Yes, I believe it.
Excuse me. It is
I'll see
exact.
counsel on the sidebar, please. It is the same video, but here's what I'm gonna tell you. I don't know how to say no colloquy, no comments. I don't, what else do I need to say?
If it's
I don't-
directed to me,
no,
I'm
no.
not going to sit silently.
Well, you're
He's looking at
commenting,
me
you're
and telling me it's the same
commenting.
video. It's not. I was showed 1E, he's showing 1C. It's a part I didn't show. It's beyond the scope. And he's going to, I'm not going to take an admonishment in the presence of the jury from my adversary. I'm just not going to take it. Sorry, Your Honor. Everybody can hear Mr. Pattis. We're ready.
No, not yet. I'll start with Attorney Matty. What do I need to do to stop the comments and the call? Just tell me what I need to do. Do I need to hold one of you in contempt? Attorney Pattis? I'm not gonna have the comments anymore. I'm not gonna have it. I'm not gonna have it. I'm
Do you
not gonna have
expect me
anybody.
to lay silently when they're directed at me, but inappropriately? Do you expect me to roll over for my client? It's not going to happen. Can I just say? No, I'm here because I heard you. Okay, thank you, Judge. It's not. He told the jury it wasn't. It's just not. No, I objected scope. He said it's the same video. That's improper. And if I'm not supposed, no, it's not. We showed 1E. You're showing 1C. You're showing a different cast. But it's not the same video.
It's not the same.
No, it's not. No, it's not the clip that. No, but it's not the clip that I showed. That's the point of scope. And for him to turn around, yeah, I showed 1E. He's showing 1C. It's a different clip. It's beyond the scope. And he's telling me he's announcing to the jury it is. So he runs this courtroom. He doesn't. So I think that the scope.
So I am going to overrule the objection, and I'm putting you, both all of you, on notice that I'm not going to have the comments anymore, the colloquy. Whoever is the unlucky person, that's the next one to do it.
Well, the next time it happens, I'm going to ask to approach then and ask for an admonishment of counsel because I am not going to take it.
Pattis, you're not getting the last word in here, so I would suggest you stop. I will say again, the next person who does it will be on the receiving end of a contempt hearing. That's it.
Excuse me, I have a proposal not related to this. Can we take a 15-minute recess after this? We have a short day. It would be a good time to break. We just have one more witness. And let's shoot close.
Can I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
Let's play that clip again. It's 1C from the same broadcast.
Scope, Judge, we played 1E.
I believe, Attorney Pattis, that you made your objection. I overruled your objection. The record is clear and we don't have to keep restating the objection. Thank you.
Jackson was researching drills at the school and just found, linked in a Time magazine article, a school Twitter photo of the little kids lined up just a few months ago.
So we saw a school Twitter photo of the kids lined up just a few months ago, right?
Correct, from my mom's Twitter account.
That school was open, right?
Absolutely.
Mr. Jones is referring to that photo, isn't he?
I believe so.
Okay. Mr. Pattis asked you about your work at Everytown.
Correct.
And your work at Everytown, am I correct that you're focused on a specific program?
2 primary programs, yes.
And what are those?
Be Smart, excuse me, Be Smart, which focuses on child access prevention and secure storage, as well as suicide, and the One Thing You Can Do program that focuses on extreme risk protection laws. Again, a focus on suicide prevention.
And why did you decide to get into that work?
Because I care about people and I care about kids just like my mom did.
And you don't know, other than what you just saw here, anything about Mr. Jones' view on guns, do you?
His view on guns, absolutely not. I've never looked into it.
Do you care?
Absolutely not.
Do you know what his view is on climate change?
No.
Do you care?
No.
Do you know what his view is on the economy?
Not at all.
Meaning, do you
Sustained.
do you know what his view is on the economy?
You can ask if she knows what his views are.
Do you know what his views are on that?
No.
Do you care?
Absolutely not.
Is that what this case is about?
This case was brought because there have been lies about me and my family, and they would not stop.
Thank you.
Attorney Pattis?
Can we continue with 1C, please?
Take your time.
You never saw the video 1C before today either?
Was 1C the one
that
with
you were
the...
just shown.
That's correct.
Where Mr. Jones refers to the children as little angels? Never heard
I
that
wouldn't
either?
know that.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you may step down, and I think, just watch your step. I think we'll take the afternoon recess at this time, 15 minutes. So we will reconvene at 3:15. Ron will safeguard your notebooks, and we will see you back at 3:15. All right, so one thing I was thinking as I was walking back to my chambers after when we started our recess is during one of our many sidebars, Attorney Pattis, you had come up with what I thought was a really good suggestion, and I thought I took you up on it, that if there was any anticipation of any references or questions regarding presidents or presidential elections or politics that you would ask, I thought, for a sidebar. I did not play it back to see if you were referring just to presidential elections and presidents, or if we had also encompassed the political arena, but I believed that we were talking about presidents, presidential elections, and politics. So I think and then of course I was a little surprised when I heard your question to Ms. Hochsprung about the ex-mayor of New York City, Bloomberg, founding the organization that she worked for. So I think moving forward is that if any counsel is looking to ask a question regarding presidents or presidential elections or political figures, that you'll just ask, please, for the jury to be excused, and we will proceed that way, because I am not going to make this case about politics. And I think the defense keeps trying to inject politics into it, and I'm not going to change my course on it. So I just want to avoid any unpleasantness.
I mean, we have a sidebar on an unrelated issue, a real quick one.
Well, do you understand what I just said, though, about
Yes.
So instead of a sidebar, just ask for the jury to be excused, and it's a lot easier to do it that way. Right. So just we're on the same page. Presidents, presidential elections, political figures, politics. Okay? All right. My neck hurts from turning to the left so much.
You're turning to I know, I get that too. From my monitor at home, I get creaking my neck.
It looks like Mr. Jones is going to be here tomorrow. I understand.
I'm calling in sick. I'm not feeling well. I've never gotten COVID.
Ron, you're in charge.
I'm going to get COVID for the first time.
I would ask the court to consider not requiring every sidebar to be on the record. I am trying to be an officer of this case.
I know you are.
And there are times where it is easier to speak when the whole public is hearing. And I want to survive this trial if I can. And so I am requesting you to be considered.
And here's my problem. You may not be on this case forever, and I don't know the next lawyer that may be filling in, and things can get said that weren't accurate. So I'm going to continue the way that we're doing it. I'm happy if you don't want to do it. No. If you want to do it a different way, but it's got to be on the record.
No, I've made my request to rule. I understand your ruling. It came up in an earlier colloquy at sidebar today, and I thought I wanted to follow up to see if there's any room there. There's not. That's life.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Not from us.
What time do you think we'll end?
We have one more plaintiff, and then we have some very short deposition testimony. I'm going to give the jury an instruction on deposition testimony.
When you told me you were going to give me the A-OK, and I was going to do it.
You have it though, teed up. Okay.
Yeah,
And the other thing,
it's
Judge, I don't know if you want to let the jury talk. We talk more than you think. The trial is moving more quickly than you expect.
I was going to ask you guys if at some point, but then I didn't want to jinx us, because even like today, we said we're going to end so early, and it doesn't get the court ending so early, so I don't know. I don't want to say we're going to end in a week or whatever.
Yeah, I think we will know more after Mr. Jones tomorrow. And you'll know more too at that point.
Yes, we talked about there's the law, the cases emerging, and neither side is completely yet.
Oh, I know that.
No, but we get it. And so, Mr. Jones, I don't think they're gonna permit me to take him outside the scope of the direct, so I'll have to bring him back, and that'll be an ordeal, but that's life. I mean, I could ask you to use your discretion to permit me to go all the way, but I'm not gonna.
I might get COVID.
And, so I think that he'll be right now my only witness, and we're.
Yeah, so I mean, I think if Mr. Jones wraps up relatively quickly, then, you know, I think we'll be able to have a better assessment of like how far out we're likely to go.
We need to have a fairly good idea.
Yeah.
And let me know.
And give them a
And
heads
then I will give them a heads up, because they have lives too, and if they don't have to, and plus, with, you know, if we lose another juror or something because they think it's gonna go far.
We are still off Friday the 30th, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're ready for our panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, welcome back. Please be seated. Council will stipulate that the panel has returned.
We do.
Yes.
All right, whenever you're ready, council, take your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to call Jen Hensel.
Very well. Watch your step. You just remain standing and we'll swear you in.
Raise your hand. You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. Thank you. You may be seated. And then I just need you to state your name, slowly spelling your last name for the record, and the state and county you live in.
Jennifer Hensel, Hensel, and Fairfield County, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Ms. Hensel, I'm sure you've heard me say to everyone, you help yourself at any time if you'd like any water, okay?
Okay.
And you may inquire whenever you're ready, counsel. Take
Thank you
your
very
time.
much, Judge. And good afternoon, Jen. Yeah, thank you for being so flexible. We had you scheduled, I think, every day of this trial. We finally got to. Can you just tell to the jury, first of all, can you tell us what the name of your daughter was?
Her name was Avielle.
And did Avielle, did you lose Avielle in the Sandy Hook shooting?
She died in the Sandy Hook shooting.
Okay. Now, I wanted you to talk to the jury, explain to them who you are, where you come from, where you grew up, things like that, okay?
So I grew up in rural Iowa, eastern Iowa, real close to the Mississippi River on a farm. My parents weren't farmers. They were, my mother was a nurse, and my dad was an electrician, but we lived on a farm and I had a farming lifestyle. All my friends were farmers. My friends were children of farmers. It was a magical place to grow up. We were outside all the time, all through winters and summers. We We spent a lot of time outside, playing and working. We did a lot of work. And just because my parents weren't farmers didn't mean that the local farmers didn't employ us. All the children had jobs. My entire family was there. My father's family was close by. My mother's family was close by. So I had first, second, third cousins, great aunts, great uncles, great grandparents. I was just surrounded by amazing people and a lot of love growing up.
And give us a sense of the size of this town. What was the name of the town?
The town's name was Sebula. It means sandy beaches. It's in an American Indian language that was close to where I grew up, or what was formerly there. And it's spelled S-A-B-U-L-A, and it's an island on the Mississippi River. And the island itself is a town of about 500 people, and our residence was on the bluffs of the Mississippi River.
And were there sandy beaches?
There were sandy beaches, yes.
And did there come a time when you went to college?
There was a time, but it was so cold. I ended up moving to the University of Arizona. Well, I didn't move to the University of Arizona. I moved to Tucson, Arizona, because it was so cold in the winter. I was tired of that, and I enrolled in the University of Arizona, where I did an undergraduate degree there.
Okay. So did you start college in Iowa and then you just...
I did, and so I started in Iowa. There happened to be a blizzard one year, and I thought, I've lived here my whole life. It's time to move and do something new. So I moved to where it's really, really hot.
And you said you got an undergraduate degree. Can you tell the jury what you got an undergraduate degree in?
I've always been interested in the sciences, so especially diseases. And so my bachelor's degree was in microbiology, immunology.
In an undergraduate?
That's an undergraduate degree, yes.
Okay. And where did this interest in science come from?
My parents. There was always talk of science and engineering and math and physics in my home. Despite them not having graduate degree educations, they were so good about always exploring. Everything was an exploratory exercise in our house. What did you learn? Why did you do that? When we were getting in trouble, it was always, what made you think about doing that? Broken bones were that way. How did you jump off that hay mound and think that that was going to be okay? What kind of choices were you thinking about at that time? So science and exploration were always just secondary to who we were growing up. And my entire, both my siblings are in science as well.
And did there come a time when you perhaps fell in love?
Yes. So.
I'm talking about all of you. Well, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, can you say that?
Did there come a time when you met somebody, fell in love, who later became somebody you married?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I had gotten myself into a situation where I just was not at all happy in this relationship, and I broke up with this boy at the time, young man, and I was just miserable, and I wanted to take, at that time, the hardest course you could possibly take as an undergraduate in my field. And when I say this, it may seem silly, but at that time, it was a degree or a class called Recombinant Methods in DNA Biology. And that was a big class at the time, but really 5th, 6th, 7th graders learn all of these techniques now, so it's not that big of a deal anymore, but at the time it was. And I met this man, young man, he was younger than I was, he had long black curly hair, half of his face smiled. When he'd smile, his eyes would disappear. You couldn't see his eyes. And I walked into this classroom and he just smiled at me. And I sat next to him. I'm like, how could I not sit next to this person? And we became friends, and we were friends for a long time before we decided to become romantic partners. And the reason wasn't my fault. It was his. He was on some sort of journey. He called it his years of isolation, where he chose not to date anyone, not to go out and hang out with anybody. He was reading all the time. And the only way I could spend time with this man was to study with him. I made him become my study partner. So that's how we fell in love, over DNA.
Does this man have a name, by any chance?
He has a few names, but I always called him Jer, but his name is Jeremy. He was just Jer to me.
And did there come a time when you were able to extract Jeremy from his state of isolation and further the relationship? Or
We had to get into graduate school for that. So we had both applied to graduate school. He was in a pharmacology and toxicology program with an emphasis on the brain, neuroscience. I continued my explorations in diseases and worked toward a master's degree and achieved that eventually in what's called pathobiology, and it's just how diseases interact with your body.
If
you could just speak up into the microphone a little bit.
Should I repeat that? Okay.
so you were explaining you were getting a master's in pathobiology.
I was, and there was one night when Jared just asked me, he's like, do you want to date me? And I'm like, yeah, I do. So that's just how we ended up. And it was just that simple. Life was simple with him. It was just straightforward. And on other days, other things weren't so simple, but that was pretty obvious. We really, really loved each other even then.
Where were you physically located?
Tucson.
Tucson, still in Tucson, okay. And did there come a time when you and Jeremy got married?
We were together 10 years before we married.
So did there come a time when you and Jeremy moved from Tucson to somewhere else?
So we traveled with these degrees. We needed to travel for our professions, and so you often have to continue your education outside of these achieving these degrees. So we moved at that point to Nashville, Tennessee, and attended a university there, Vanderbilt, to continue these professions that we were interested in, are interested in. And we were there for 3 years.
At Vanderbilt?
At Vanderbilt.
And were you each earning degrees at the same time?
No, Jeremy was doing what's called a postdoctoral fellowship, which is after you get a PhD, you do that before you go out and you get a job. I had a master's degree, and so what I needed to do was expand, just expand my techniques and skill levels, and so I worked in a couple of different labs there.
And did there come a time when you and Jeremy moved out west?
We did. When we moved to Nashville, we knew that it wasn't going to be a lifelong event, and so we put a 3 to 4 year cap on that, and wherever we would go from there was going to be up in the air, and it just happened to be San Diego where we ended up.
Any particular reason?
I think because Jeremy, I could get a job almost anywhere, but Jeremy couldn't. At the higher your level of education, the less opportunity there is for a position. So he was able to actually get a position there that he really loved and he really wanted. There were other options around the country, but San Diego, we had friends there. Really, really good friends there, and San Diego is a beautiful place to live. So we thought, let's give that a try, and that's what we did.
And did there come a time when you and Jeremy had a child?
Yes, we did get married before her, though.
I was ask the question again. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so we got married because he asked me to marry him on the beach in San Diego, and it was just so. It was just the two of us. It was. He's like, "You've been my partner and my friend for so long. You've been my partner and my friend for so long." And he asked me to marry him, and I, of course, said yes. And we had a great party, a great wedding. And a few years after that. We were never going to have children. We just didn't think that that was in our cards. And then one day I woke up and I'm like, wow, my biological clock really does exist. I really want to have a child. And so I asked him, I said, this may be a deal breaker for us. Could be a deal breaker. We never wanted to have children, and now I want to have one. And I want to have one with you. So can you consider that? Can you please consider that? And he was really nervous about that. He was scared about it. It was not something that we had ever planned. And it took him about 5 days, and I was getting a little nervous about it. And he came back. He's like, yeah, let's have a baby. And so we had this gorgeous little girl, and she was just so magical. And we named her Aviel.
And if, I'd like to move to introduce 44 and 45, two photographs that have been marked for ID.
No objection, Judge.
You talked about, well, actually, I just want to show the jury picture 45, please. Give you. So, who's that? Who are these people?
That's me on the left, and Jeremy is on the right, and that's Aviel in the middle.
And about how old was Aviel, and where were you, do you think, at the time this picture was taken?
She was 3, so that would have been 2009, the December 2009.
And did there come a time when, let me ask you, did there come a time when you and Jeremy moved Aviel, the three of you went and moved to Sandy Hook?
We spent quite a few years in San Diego, and there was just a time when I wanted to think about leaving San Diego, and Jeremy was considering leaving San Diego, and so he began a job search, and we were looking at various parts of the country again, and I said, please consider the Northeast Corridor. I would like us to maybe try living there. We had never lived out here before, and so we ended up here in 2011.
Here being in Sandy Hook?
In Connecticut, yes.
Okay, and how old was Aviel?
She was 4.
When you moved out in 2011?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell the jury and me what Aviel was like? What was her identity to you? Tell us about her.
So this girl had crazy, crazy curly hair, and she had her father's smile. Just half of her face was this smile, just like his. And she was not at all shy, to the point where it was actually quite terrifying. She would just walk up to a stranger and hang out with a stranger, want to know a stranger. Sometimes she'd just rambunctiously run off, and we would find her because people would be surrounded by her. We never lost her for long. I'm not saying we lost her for more than maybe a minute, but a minute is terrifying. And she would be surrounded by people who just wanted to be around her. She, gregarious and loud. She was so loud. Funny. I guess we would lose her, and occasionally we'd walk up and we would hear A-V-I-E-L-L-E, Avielle. Because people were just curious, like, what does that mean? Like, I've never heard that name before. And she got really pretty tired of explaining her name to people, but she did.
She let them know her name.
She would always let them know her name, yeah.
And was she a troublemaker? Did she like to art, anything?
She rode that line pretty tightly. Sometimes there was trouble. I walked out of the house one day and she knew I kept a stash of bubble gum in my car, and she had locked herself in my car, and I went outside and she knew she had been caught. I saw the gum in her mouth, and her pupils were so black because I think she got panicked. I think she got scared that I was going to be like, what are you doing in my car eating all this gum? But all I could do was just laugh at her because I couldn't even see her eyes. Her pupils were so big. She was so scared that I was going to be mad at her. But she would turn around and just crawl into your arms and snuggle and just be our only child. She was our only child. She was everything. It didn't matter if she was naughty. It really didn't.
Are you saying you're getting that you spoiled her?
Yeah, I did.
We got to show the jury a picture of what you're talking about. 484. What, I don't know what you're talking about with the hair. Can you tell the jury when was this picture taken? First of all, can you just identify this? Is this Avielle?
This is Avielle, yes.
And can you tell the jury when this picture was taken?
This picture was taken, she was in first grade, the fall of 2012.
And who was her teacher?
Victoria Soto.
And who took this picture?
Mrs. Soto took this photo. It's in her classroom.
The photo was taken in Victoria Soto's first grade classroom?
Yes. Mrs. Soto, Victoria's mother, gave me this photo after she died, after they died.
We've already, the jury's already heard about the day from two, among other things, eyewitnesses, Bill Altenberg and Carly Soto Parisi, and I'm not going to ask you about that day. I would like to ask you though, the last thing you remember about seeing Avi, and you know that what you remember about that and what you can tell us.
So we were supposed to go to the Rockettes that day. She wasn't supposed to be in school, but they had a special activity that they were going to do, and so my husband happened to stay home from work that day, and he was going to work in the morning from home, help her with her activity. And then we were going to leave the school before lunch, around 11:15. And he walked her to the school bus. Normally that was me. And I noticed that she was outside. It was a chilly morning, and she didn't have a coat. And I thought, gosh, it's pretty darn cold. So I ran a coat out to her, and the bus pulled up. And there weren't very many children on the bus, but there was a few. And she got on, and we were just blowing kisses.
Now, after December 14th, 2012, tell us a little bit about the week after, or 2 weeks after.
Well, the week after, they were just funerals. So I live on a real prominent highway, and we would see other families and their funeral processions going by our house. And we had people from all over the country, because we had lived all over the country, and they came to our house to help us. They were there within 24 hours. And one of those funerals, we were told that there was no space, like we had heard, because other people had had their family funerals before ours, that the media was relentless. We had heard things at this point that some people had thought that this was not a real event, that it was a hoax. And so we did our best to not publicly state where Aviel's funeral was or when it was going to be, and it was through word of mouth by family and friends only. And so our funeral happened within a few days, and then you just think, the house is quiet. The house doesn't have a child in it anymore. Even though there's grown-ups around and they're trying to help you, it's deafeningly quiet. I couldn't sit in chairs. I was on the floor all the time, because if you stood up, the whole world was not right. And you felt like you were just going to fly off the earth. Like you couldn't be held down to the earth because everything was wrong. Everything was wrong that week. Everything was wrong.
When did you first hear about this issue about you being an actor, saying about being folks, children not having died? Just tell me.
We had heard about the hoax, but we didn't think we were part of it, outside of just this general thought, right? We didn't know. And we were staying away from the media because it was just relentless. Everything was relentless. It was really hard. So I didn't realize that we were truly part of this hoax for a few weeks.
You weren't, by the way. It's been established that you weren't.
Objection.
Okay, we'll withdraw. When did you first become aware that people were saying things about you or families?
In January of 2013.
And what's your first recollection of the jury about that time period?
so we had heard Jeremy and I just walking through our home, and our home had people there helping us, and they were whispering, and they didn't want to tell us what was happening. They didn't want to tell us that it was out there, that this idea that this didn't happen was out there. And I think Jeremy might have just said, "You guys, what's happening? What are you doing? What are you talking about?" And that's when we heard that there were people talking about this not being real.
And did you and Jeremy establish any foundations in the aftermath of?
One does that because you have to do something when everything you hold dear is taken away from you, and it's taken away in such a way that is not at all okay. We had to do something. We had to put this energy that was no longer being apparent into something else. And so we established a foundation to try to help what happened to us not happen to anybody else again.
What was the name of that foundation?
It was named after our daughter. It was a way to honor her legacy. And it was called the Aviel Foundation.
And did you establish this early on? Like when did
January 2013, it became an entity. Yes.
January 2013.
That early.
And what was? Can you just describe to the jury the idea or the mission behind it?
So Jeremy and I are scientists, and we knew that there were factors about 1214 that were being addressed by others that maybe we could have been a part of or helped, but we knew that for someone to do what they did to our children and our educators, that brain must have been really, really sick. And how do you help fix that? And so we established a neuroscience foundation to study the underpinnings of what causes somebody to be violent and what protects somebody from becoming violent. And it was a research and community organization that we developed and put into place, and it's still in existence, just under another name.
Did you and Jeremy create content for this, or have a website, or tell us a little bit about that?
So we had to create all of our own content. This was an original idea at this point. There were no other people in science working on the biological effects of what causes violence. There's nobody else doing that. And my husband was skilled in neuroscience, so he knew the brain. I'm a skilled scientist. So yes, we created all the content for that website and for our, just everything that came from the Aviel Foundation. We worked on that together.
And did there come a time when the claims, the lies about Sandy Hook that were being said about families and actors not happening intersected with that foundation?
Almost immediately.
Can you tell the jury about that?
So when the website was launched, we had buttons for donations. We had email us here at www. It was like Jeremy.Richmond at that time. There's only two of us, Jeremy.Richmond at the Aviel Foundation or Jennifer.Hensel at the Aviel Foundation. And we had a few other people on board, so there's a few emails there, but we received at that point so many great supporters. Like, we were receiving so much support for the idea that we wanted to help that. However, filtering in were people who were attacking our idea and attacking us as actors and telling us that AVL didn't exist and that we were just trying to get money from the public, and how dare we do something like that. And eventually those became more and more, but the idea for us was, let's not pay attention to that. Let's pay attention to what's good here. Let's put some beauty back in the world. Let's not pay attention to the ugliness that's happening to us right now. So we would delete those.
Could you ever get ahead of those?
No. They filtered in, and then they ended up flooding in. If we did any sort of media to promote our mission for our foundation, then it would come at us like the floodgates were opening, and they would take any sort of content that we had and try to manipulate that in ways that were trying to portray us as liars and fraudsters. I think a fraudster came up numerous times, and how we were trying to fleece money from the American public, and worse, it wasn't just that. It ended up being that, our daughter is alive. How can you do that? She's alive. There's proof out there that she's alive. Then eventually it became she never existed. That she never existed, and that we were actors. And
Janet, tell the jury about that she never existed and what that's like.
Okay. So going from one child in this house who takes up all your space, she shouldn't have died. None of these people in this event should have died. So how do you go from living? I don't know. It's she was such a big presence. How do you negate a presence? How do you do that? And say that somebody doesn't exist anymore? How do you do that? And that's what happened. That's what happened to us.
You receive a letter saying that you're a liar. How could you do this? Your children.
Objection, leading best evidence hearsay.
Did there come a time when you received a letter that talked about your children not deserving, that you and your children didn't deserve?
Leading again.
I'm asking. It's not leading. I'm asking.
What was the question?
Sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
Did you receive letters challenging your daughter's very existence and your existence?
We did. There was also a website that challenged my daughter's existence with theories behind it. It was on the internet.
Do you have any sense as to how many people, or how many millions of people, or how many tens of millions of people believed that your child didn't exist?
At that time, no. I do now.
Can you describe whether to the jury whether or not being repeatedly told that your child didn't exist interfered with your ability to come to grips and heal from Abiel's death? Have you ever healed fully? Has one ever healed?
I don't think you heal from something like this. I think you forever hold grief and you rebuild some joy back into your life, and it balances. And some days and other days one takes over the other, and other days the grief is just so awful. Then you add on the idea that people think that you made all this up for money, or that your child didn't exist. That compounds everything on top of anything you do. And you can't, I couldn't work. I write for a living, and I couldn't form sentences. So when I was told that my daughter, like on this website, that she never existed, like, it makes it hard to work. It makes it hard to get out of bed every day. It makes it hard to just push that away, because you have to push that away. That continual noise of all of the people saying that we faked this and that it never happened and that she's still alive somewhere. God, if she were, wouldn't that be amazing? But she wasn't. And then that she never existed. Yeah, that's incredibly difficult.
Did people use photographic evidence as proof that Abiel was still alive?
There's a photo out there, yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Oh. There's this beautiful little girl in my hometown, well, at that time in Connecticut, Sandy Hook, and these two little girls happened to be at the same school. They both had dark curly hair, gigantic smiles. They looked a lot alike, but they were separated in age by a few years. And my daughter came home and she said, "There's this girl at school. She looks just like me, Mom. And she's my reading partner." And because the older kids would help the younger kids with their reading. And I thought that was really, really sweet that the school put them together because they looked alike. And when my daughter died, her reading partner, her peer at school, this other little girl, became central to many of these people who propagate the hoax that Abiel never died and that this is evidence with this child, this other child's photo. That this was proof that she never died.
They took a photograph of another child. He said it was Abiel?
That was, yeah, it was at an event.
What was the event?
The Super Bowl of 2013.
So, where was this disseminated? Where did it go out, to your knowledge?
Where did it go out?
Let me rephrase that. How did you become aware of it?
Probably multiple ways. We still had people in our home, and occasionally we would find out what was happening through friends who were watching what was happening on the internet. Through local people who knew this other family, and said this is happening to this other family as well as to you.
You're bringing this case yourself, right? Jeremy died in March of 2019?
Yes.
By suicide?
By suicide.
And did the hoax overruled? What did the hoaxers, the people who were doing these things to you, this is the Alex Jones part, okay? What did they do with Jeremy's death by suicide? Can you tell the jury?
Jackson Foundation.
Overruled.
We had heard from people in town that some of these people who believed in this hoax
Sustained.
What's her damages? Because they're not offering
Can you
it
do
for the
it
truth.
without hearsay?
Okay, what did you?
I received phone calls that said people were in the cemetery looking for Jeremy's.
It's not.
Can I have a sidebar?
Is there an exception that I'm missing?
Yeah, it's everything we've been talking about. Sorry, everything we've been talking about, getting in emails here, having somebody say something.
He's objecting to this question, which is,
Sorry?
he's just talking about whatever people told her. So
Now she's getting a phone call. She's going to get a phone call explaining what's going on. That's her damages that she had found.
But the complaint was never amended to include any allegations.
Sorry.
Judge First, I'm sorry. To include any allegations incident to Mr. Richmond's death. And if there was no state substitute form, I'd ask for an instruction if there's no evidence to say Jones's behavior caused any.
We're not claiming that.
Okay. Could you instruct that? I'm worried about that.
Well, hang on, one thing at a time. Sorry.
I'm concerned with it. He left a suicide note. He didn't mention anything.
No, we're not claiming suicide.
So can you come, so you're not, so you wanted to tell me what I'm gonna tell the jury so that they're not confused.
Well, we're nothing right now. We don't have to tell them. I can establish we're not claiming any suicide, but the hoax, this extends. It gets brought into the hoax. So it's now done.
Bringing into the hoax is one thing, that's one thing.
Right. This is all. I had this a predicate for bringing him. His test now becomes part of the whole hoax. That you think that's her damages.
Remind me what Mr. Richmond died.
March of 2019.
There was no amended complaint.
No, I know. No. Stipulate that.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sorry. I claim that this is beyond the scope of the complaint. If they wanted to claim this, and it's so highly inflammatory, I would have thought that there would be notice of this. So I'm going to object on relevance grounds, and object outside the pleadings, and object on hearsay.
But
So what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to get her to. First of all, it became part. Her effects of her damages as a result of this hoax are defensible, right? That's what the case is about. So this hoax starts. It's created by Jones. All of this stuff flows from that, and he gets brought into.
Part of the hoax is what he said about suicide.
Who said?
Alex Jones, is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Others say.
What? So it became like people were investigating and making it say this fake guy, he's part of it, fake.
Right.
But I can make it clear that we're not mistaken. I mean, it's delicate, I can make it very clear we're not.
How do you propose to do that?
I will just ask you. We're not making a false statement. Establish that. What could be more clear than
What
that?
are you going to say? And let's see if it fixes the problem.
Yeah.
What can you?
Oh, I would say, look, just to be clear, we're not claiming that any.
Mr. Jones either caused his death, or neither are you claiming that.
Right.
Nor neither are we seeking damages for his death.
That's perfect. Okay. Hold on.
Josh.
That's not Josh. I just walk away.
No, I thought we were doing more than this.
I still believe it's outside the scope of pleadings, and it is such an, and I just think it's outside the scope of the meeting.
Right, on that issue, I will overrule the objection, but you're gonna say
Let me get it.
what
I just get it.
Norm said.
I just want to make sure I get it right.
Because you got to get a copy of that transcript.
Neither Norm nor I has the ability to remember what was said. Is what I'm saying?
You are not claiming that Mr. Jones caused your husband's suicide, and you are not asking for this jury to compensate you for his loss.
That's good.
That's what we
That's
agreed.
exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the defendants, yeah.
Wait, what was part?
I have a question. So it's 10 after 4. How long is the deposition transcript?
It's short.
I have no cross at this point. This is not a witness. I'm going to go on.
Okay, so we're going to do that. And I just want to make, so there's objections that they're going to disregard, but they can consider the answers. Is this one of the videos where there are, is it a video deposition?
Video deposition. There's no objection until it was designated.
But I thought that somebody submitted said that there were objections that were made that should be disregarded. Is this one of the, yes, but they can consider the answers, so disregard the objections and they can consider the answers. Okay. Beg your pardon?
It'll play the objections.
One more time?
The way the video is cut will play the objections, so they're going to hear the
Right, so the agreed upon language was disregard the objections and you can consider the response.
Or focus only on the objections and disregard the response.
Sorry, Jen. I just want to be clear, we were talking about Jeremy, and I want to be clear with the jury and through you, you're not claiming that that defendants caused Jeremy's suicide, is that right?
Not as a direct cause, no.
Okay, and we're not seeking damages as a result of his death?
No.
Okay. The question though is, did Jeremy's death, did these people bring in Jeremy's death to this narrative that, this lie that Sandy Hook never happened and so forth?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how that occurred?
People were in the cemetery around Aviel's grave marker looking for evidence that Jeremy had died. And I don't have a grave marker for Jeremy right now. I haven't quite figured out how I want to do that yet and to honor him in his way. And so they wouldn't have found something there, but that for them was enough proof to say that he never died or that I was making this up.
You saying you were making this up, you were making up this, is this part of you were making up being an act, the whole thing?
It tied into the general overall narrative of the hoax.
And how did you how were you made aware of this, that there are people lurking around the gravestone? Was it Abiel's gravesite?
I received phone calls from people I knew in town.
And what was that like for you?
It was relatively soon after Jeremy's death, and I was still reeling from that, and I had to compartmentalize that. I couldn't wrap my head around just one more family member being part of this narrative.
Have you ever come to terms with that?
It simply doesn't end, so I don't know if you can come to terms with it.
Have you?
No.
Now, you talked about moving to Sandy Hook and raising Abiel. By the way, you did have subsequent children with Jeremy, right?
I did.
I didn't mean to.
Oh, that's okay.
Sorry about that. you had 2 children with Jeremy.
Right.
And how old are they?
They are 7 and 5.
Okay, and so you're raising them.
I am.
And can you give the jury a sense as to whether or not this whole thing, this Alex Jones piece, has affected your sense of security, your feelings of safety in your own home and in public?
So when I had Jeremy with me and parenting with me, there were 2 eyes always around. We look in the back of our cars, we look around us, circles of awareness, who's on the horizon that is going to create trouble. It's just how we've grown used to living. And now it feels like and it doesn't feel like it is, it's all on my shoulders now. Their safety of my children, of my property as a sanctuary. They're so little, they don't know. They simply don't know anything. When they're old enough to find out, I'm going to have a lot of explaining to do, and that's going to be really, really hard.
Now, single parents and single parents always are in control to some extent of their kids' safety and security, right?
Right.
So how is that different, if at all, as a result of this Alex Jones piece? Can you describe that to the jury?
Can you ask me again, please?
Yeah. I'm just wondering, because as parents, some of us are parents, some of us aren't, but as parents, we are concerned about our kids' safety, we're in charge of our kids' safety, so that is something that everybody has some of, right?
Right.
And so can you just tell the jury what is it about Alex Jones' publication to tens of millions of people that affects that dynamic for you, if anything?
So they're so young. Their innocence is so beautiful right now. And at some point, there are a horde of people out there who could hurt them, shouldn't hurt them, shouldn't talk about them, shouldn't even know about them. And because of what has happened after 12/14 and this hoax, they will know about that at some point. I want to keep them as innocent as I can for a long time. They don't know why we check the back seats. I say, what's in the back seat? Is there a dog back there? We got to make sure the dog's out of there. So everything's a game right now for them. They don't understand why we do what we do, and there's no reason for them to understand that at this point. So yeah, it's a big deal. A lot of people know about us. They don't know about anybody.
And when you go out with your children, what are their names, by the way?
Imogen and Owen.
And when you go out with your children, do you have any idea whether you're surrounded by friends or enemies?
I'm always looking. I'm always looking and scanning. Always. So I don't know. I hope not, but I'm always looking.
Thank you, Jim.
Attorney Pattis?
No questions, Judge.
You may step down. Just take your time and watch.
Your Honor, what we now like to do is play the excerpted video recorded deposition of Robert Jacobson.
All right, and this says exhibit?
It has been pre-marked as an exhibit. I believe the fully designated deposition was marked as an exhibit. I can get a transfer of them, but I don't have it handy.
we are now going to hear the testimony of the witness that was mentioned as recorded under oath at an earlier time. Your role as jurors in assessing testimony that's presented in this manner is no different than if the witness were here in court to testify, and you should pay careful attention as the videotape testimony is played. You should not make any adverse inference from the fact that the witness was not present in court to testify, but rather you should consider this testimony in the same way that you consider all the other evidence in this trial. Finally, you should disregard any objection that you hear that is made, which means that you can consider the answers despite the objections.
This is pre-Marcus Exhibit 354.
Okay, because I have two exhibits for Jacobson.
Yep. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
This is the Connecticut demonstration. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jacobson, as you know, my name is Chris Maddy. I represent the plaintiffs in this matter, and I'm going to be taking your deposition today. When did you first start working with Alex Jones?
Started working with Alex Jones in 2005, around I believe it was around the fall of 2005.
2005. What were the circumstances around you coming to work with Alex Jones?
I was introduced to him by our associate, Kevin Booth, to work to edit a film for him.
Was Free Speech Systems the entity that employed you?
As a salaried employee, yes.
Did there come a point in your employment where, beyond the documentary work and the commercials, you had other responsibilities?
Yes. At the end of my career at InfoWars, I was creating what so-called hot topics, which were 1-minute news briefs, which would appear in the commercial breaks of his radio show. It would also appear in his nightly news show, which he was producing at the time. And it would also help the other on-air talent produce news vignettes, which would appear either on Alex's radio show or in the nightly news show that he produced.
Were you aware of Free Speech Systems reporting concerning the St. Hook shooting in the immediate aftermath of the event?
Objection. I was aware that some writers were preparing stories, and I knew that they were along the lines of, that it was not a true shooting event, and they were preparing stories in that nature.
Was it your understanding that the writers wrote stories in a manner so as to please Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Now, you're testifying today pursuant to a subpoena, correct?
Yes.
Even in the absence of a subpoena, would you have been willing to testify voluntarily in this matter?
I would.
Why is that?
Because I felt what happened with Sandy Hook, the after result was it disturbed me so much. And I knew what happened inside the office that I didn't want to be part of that. I wanted people to know that Alex, his writers, and himself was warned that he was not doing legitimate journalism, and there were repercussions.
And did you believe that one of the repercussions of Mr. Jones's conduct and that of his employees was to cause harm to the surviving family members of murdered children and educators at San Diego?
Objection. Yes, that's what I felt.
That concludes Mr. Jacobson's deposition testimony. And that completes our presentation for today as well, Your Honor.
Alrighty, so we are going to end for today. Ron will collect and secure your notepads. It is very important, and I know you've been prompt for every morning and every afternoon and every recess, but it's important that you continue to do so, and extremely important that you continue to obey the rules of juror conduct, especially with respect to avoiding any media coverage. All right, so safe travels home. We will see you tomorrow morning, and we are adjourned for the day.